there's something gone wrong with British foreign policy. It's up for sale. I was very proud to be British when I was growing up. World War II, standing up for the underdog, Parliament, the rule of law. I don't think we support those ideas anymore. And I think that's visible to younger people. I'm afraid that both main parties see British foreign policy as transactional. The UAE is important for the British economy. We'll therefore not make a noise about its sponsorship of horrible violence in Sudan. They deny it, by the way, I should say that. The current generation of leaders, they've forgotten what we stand for. And I think the younger generation are changing. And I think Gaza's going to change everything.
This is Bristol. It's Friday, it's 5 o'clock. Welcome to Not the BCFM Politics Show on Crazy Friday, the 9th of January 2026, after all sorts of events over the New Year's break. Streaming live from Bristol City Centre. Don't believe a word we say. We do try and share some moments of clarity from the Temple of Port turned merchant venture of fiefdom in the City of London's UK empire of lies. We're live on the talkradio.org.uk stream, the djplugradio.co.uk in Nuneaton, Warwickshire, on holylandradio.com. That's between 11am and 2:30pm Central Time, 87.7 FM in West Sweden, Wisconsin, and live on the Not the BCFM Politics Show app, available free from GitHub and Apple App Store, but not from the evil Google Play. If you want to rebroadcast this show, just let me know and I'll credit you here, either a recorded version or live. This show's repeated at 11pm Fridays and at 11 and 5am and pm all week on the talkradio.org.uk stream, except 5pm Monday to Thursday, when we bring you the Richie Allen Show live. This week, Maduro captured, or is it just he's been taken hostage? Renee Nicole murdered by ICE in Minneapolis, and by this guy called Jonathan Ross, it looks like now. Glenn Greenwald's named him, although the police haven't, the government haven't, the mainstream press haven't, the murderer, Jonathan Ross. There's Tanker Bella 1 seized, Iran in apparent upheaval, as there's a kind of orange revolution of some sort seems to be going on there, a bit like Syria or Ukraine. So anyway, I'm Tony Gosling. Thank you for turning off the psycho in the corner, gaslighting us with accelerationist zero trust agendas, bending our minds with Orwellian BBC Verify, or boring us to tears with the vacuous celebrities, puff pieces on the conspirators, hatchet jobs on the heroes, McCarthyite witch hunts going after anyone with influence who speaks up for humanity and against the rentier class, World War III and wage slavery. For those with eyes to see and ears to hear their so-called solutions to the multiplying crises, housing, Gaza, Ukraine, COVID, migrants, prisons, farming, and the biggie, the big biggie, cost of living. Yeah, just not enough money to live. NHS, climate, the twisted accelerationist, Armageddonist solutions crafted to make every crisis worse. So what's going to turn this around, eh? There's a question. Have the cabinet sold their souls to the devil? The politicians have nothing to say. We're hearing from politicians with nothing to say more today. Nick Land's Dark Enlightenment, social Darwinist control freaks and cowardly underlings want us as slaves to AI or dead, do they? Albert Pike's Zionist World War III plan is a big taboo. Meanwhile, wife-murdering pantheist Wef King Tampon Charlie and his vampire queen Carmilla wage war on the British people, as well as apparently China, Russia and the BRICS countries. Anyone who's not their mates, it seems. The Crown prosecutes us for praying for unborn children, and the only right they want us to have is the so-called right to kill ourselves. Hey, thanks guys. With the help, like the jabs, of a doctor. Netanyahu, a king of chaos, rolling out a red carpet for the Zionist Antichrist Messiah to come. But it's not the end of the world. Or is it? Helping us navigate the Wef's Fourth Reich in Bristol, Britain and around the world is Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers. Hi, Martin.
Hello.
Did you have a nice Christmas, New Year?
Well, yes, not too bad.
Oh, no, come on. You're supposed to have a good time.
Okay.
You've retired now, and you had a good few weeks off, haven't you?
I have, yes. I went to see my dad, who's in a home. He's not very well. He's not as like he used to be. My mum died this year, so it's a bit
Have you had a
different for
chance
me.
to do some reading? That's the main thing.
I've been doing, obviously I've been following events, as we all do, Tony.
Great. Got any good books at the moment on the go?
Well, I'm reading one about secret maps at the moment.
What does that mean?
It's about maps that were kept secret in history.
It's a Sykes-Picot, maybe?
It's only just come out. It's a ride.
Has it? You haven't finished it, obviously. But that's a very important map that was kept secret. Wasn't it the Bolsheviks released it?
There's various maps in the book.
Sykes-Picot. I'm not talking about the book specifically.
Yes, I haven't got to the Sykes-Picot bit. Yeah, but I was looking at Lawrence of Arabia's sketch maps, for example, of Saudi Arabia.
Well, there's a whole can of worms in Lawrence of Arabia. Yeah. But anyway, I thought we'd start this week with something which is a little bit more, I don't know, not thinking positive, but something about our Christian heritage. Do you know anything about this guy, William Tyndale, Martin? He's he's got his 500 years this year of William Tyndale. Yes,
well, I mean, there's a monument to him out in Gloucestershire. If you're driving along the M5, you can see it on top of the Cotswold Scarp. I don't think it was put there in his time, because he was quite a controversial character in his time, but obviously subsequently he became very important in particularly English Protestantism, because he translated the Bible into English, first person to do it.
Well, why was that so controversial? Because he was very badly treated, wasn't he?
I can't remember whether he was actually
well, we're about to hear a bit about him.
Yeah, well, anyway, well, of course, at the time...
What was the controversy?
It was, you know, I mean, the Bible was supposed to be in Latin and read by people who could read Latin, and ordinary folk weren't supposed to read it. They're supposed to have it interpreted for them by the priesthood and the church. It was
a bit weird, the Catholic Church, wasn't it? I can remember down at Glastonbury hearing all about the myths of King Arthur, and how that this was woven into the Christian narrative down at Glastonbury, so people would come and worship the tomb of Arthur and Guinevere and pay money to go on a pilgrimage there, even though the whole thing is now believed almost certainly was a total fiction. So there was an ability to spin the narrative if you understood Latin and the people didn't.
Well, that's right, and of course what was very much involved with that was the creation of a kind of myth to underpin the monarchy, the English monarchy, because they were actually French Norman. You know, they weren't local, so they didn't have any local roots. But of course, what they realised was that King Arthur, being a Celtic hero originally, basically, you know, they kind of identified with him because, of course, he wasn't a Saxon. That's the whole point. He was a Celt. And, of course, in the Norman army that came and took Britain over in 1066, a substantial proportion of those people, at least a third, were from Brittany, and therefore spoke what we would now think of as Breton or Welsh. So they were able to work that into their legitimation. Yeah, and, of course, King Arthur then took over from Harold Godwinson, you know, the last English king. We've got rid of him, and we've gone back to, you know, the real king line of kingship from King Arthur.
You mean William?
Yes, I mean, that's what I mean. The Normans used King Arthur, yeah, and therefore Glastonbury, the whole thing by the monks at Glastonbury was part of a spin doctor exercise for the English monarchy.
So it would be fascinating, wouldn't it, to be a reader of English but not Latin, to be able to go through the Bible and say, well, hang on, I don't see anything about Arthur in here. But anyway, I suppose you wouldn't expect them to.
People make stuff up all the time, don't they? They do it now, and they used to do it then.
They definitely do it now. But anyway, here's a piece which was put out by the BBC a couple of weeks ago, just on this very topic. The idea really being to look at Tyndale and his legacy. It's 500 years, I suppose. So anyway, let's have a listen to that now.
William Tyndale was born in Gloucestershire around 1494. He was a priest and scholar, a brilliant linguist who famously vowed to cause the boy who drives the plough to know more of the scriptures than the powerful and learned. But England in the 1520s was a dangerous place for the work of translation. Dermot McCulloch is Emeritus Professor of the History of the Church at Oxford University.
Tyndale's Bible was considered dangerous simply by existing. What it did was to cut out the clerical middleman, the clergyman, who was the intermediary between God and the people. If the Bible was in Latin, that was the language of clergy and scholars. It wasn't the language of most people in England. And they now had the chance to listen to what God was saying in the Bible, in the language which they understood. Now, that in itself was simply subversive. And as Tyndale worked, he worked with the Greek and the Hebrew, he began feeling that there were words which had not been translated properly from the Greek. In the New Testament in particular, there was a word which meant, as far as he could see, a senior person within the church. The church had pushed that translation into its word priest, which justified what the church was. Another hugely important word was ecclesia. Now, how do you translate that? Well, it's translated in the Latin Vulgate as church. He said, no, actually, ecclesia doesn't quite mean that. It means the congregation, the people gathered. That's what it had meant before Christianity existed in ancient Greek. So why don't you just change the words? You're doing something really, really subversive to the church.
And Tyndale ended up dying because of this translation, didn't he? Can you tell us about that?
He died in exile in the territories of the Holy Roman Emperor, the Low Countries, what we now call Belgium and the Netherlands. And he died because he had been defiantly working in the emperor's dominions as an exile from England. His work was considered heretical. The emperor's officials had him arrested, thrown into jail in the end, and in 1536, he was brought out for execution. He was strangled, and then his lifeless body burned at the stake.
Wow, do we have any last words from him?
John Fox, great historian of the 16th century, can be relied on for picturesque detail on this, and he did say that Tyndale's last words were, "Lord, open the King of England's eyes."
So how did Henry's eyes get opened? How did we get from 1526, the Tyndale translations being burnt on its arrival in England, to less than a decade later, the order being given for a copy of the English Bible to be placed in every parish church?
Well, here we bring in a statesman of genius, Thomas Cromwell. Cromwell in the 1520s, then in the employment of Cardinal Wolsey, was already from the same world as William Tyndale, going on the side of the Reformation.
So that's the BBC's, I think it was Sunday service on the first Sunday of the new year. Does this really matter today, do you think, at all, Martin?
Well, I think it certainly matters, for example, in the 6 counties of Northern Ireland, because the Protestants draw their political tradition from the Tyndale tradition, and the Catholics don't. And it's still caused trouble into modern times, hasn't it?
It is interesting, though, isn't it, how just the use of one word or two words can make such a lot of difference, and the establishment in the UK were obviously scared of that. But they talk in there a bit about the Holy Roman Empire. This doesn't sound very holy if they're getting some guy that's doing a Bible translation and chopping him to bits.
Well, Voltaire famously said it's called the Holy Roman Empire because it's neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. Because in actual fact it was a very vast feudal space which had lots and lots of tiny little tyrants in it, you know, hundreds of little states, all supposedly part of the empire, but in actual fact independent.
Wasn't it a sort of aristocratic club?
It was, well, basically, it was a feudal setup with the feudal class in control across the whole space of what is now modern Germany and beyond. It was what remained of the Carolingian Empire created by Charlemagne in the post-Roman period. And it was finally abolished by Napoleon in 1806, so it lasted for several hundred years.
Or maybe it went underground.
Well, I mean, it became the modern German state. The modern German state is the inherited state for the Holy Roman Empire.
Right. And what about this dispute between the Catholics and the Orthodox? Because this, I mean, you know,
well, that goes back a bit further. That goes back to the 1054.
But isn't it interesting how the Catholics seem to set up, and with the Constantine and the setting up of the Roman Church, a kind of controlled version, and a version of Christianity that was going to be acceptable to the empire and the emperor.
Well, that's right. I mean, what went into the final Bible that we're translating here was ultimately decided by the Emperor Constantine. He invited everybody to come to the Council of Nicaea because he was going to make Christianity the the religion of the empire, and he just presumed that they were all going to agree, and they all turned up and they were all disagreeing, and they couldn't agree what went in the Bible and what didn't go in the Bible. So he said, "Look, I'm the emperor, I'm going to decide." So he did.
And words do still matter.
Well, of course, I mean, he decided what was going to go in it. So some things went in, some things didn't.
Conference in December over in, I think this was in, it was in Doha, in Qatar. But I mean, I could not find a proper transcript of the conference. I even tried to contact them, nothing. Even though most of the conference was all done in English, the idea was that people were all getting together. It's called the Doha Forum Youth Edition, and it happens every year apparently down there. But it's almost impossible to get hold of or to watch it. Apart from, I did see a little clip, and this is exactly what they're talking about: using a simple word to control the narrative.
Who here gets their news on Israel, particularly the youth, about Israel or Palestine from the BBC? You trust the BBC in terms of how it reports on Israel and Palestine? Okay, I don't see many hands. The reason I say this is just yesterday, they tweeted a headline. Israel says Rafah crossing to open soon to let Palestinians leave Gaza via Egypt. Someone tell me what's wrong with that headline. Okay, I'll spare you. I'll tell you. When the BBC says Israel letting Palestinians leave, what are they doing?
Displacement.
They are manipulating and reframing ethnic cleansing, which is a crime, as a humanitarian gesture. We will let them leave. And this is just one example, and forgive me for pointing at the BBC, but they've been very egregious when it comes to Palestine and Israel and their coverage. At a time when mainstream media organizations are abandoning their most fundamental duties, it opens up a whole new arena for people, whether individuals, journalists, content creators, or most importantly, people on the ground in Sudan and Gaza and the West Bank and elsewhere, to be the primary sources, to do what the journalists are not doing, right? And I think it's important that we acknowledge the time we're living in, which is a time where too many have abandoned the real principles that make journalism a relevant craft in our day and age.
Well, yeah, you could say actually journalism is dead. Because we know that journalists that do speak out often find themselves without a job. In fact, Peter Mandelson, back in even the 1990s and noughties, was famous for threatening journalists, and if you print that, I'll have you sacked.
Also, like hundreds of journalists have been killed in Gaza. That's the biggest death toll of journalists ever. Killed more than everybody killed in World War II, right back to the American Civil War. And those people haven't just lost their jobs, they're dead.
It's obviously this is a major part of all this, is the idea that these journalists are not just telling us the news, they're also carrying evidence of very serious crimes that could end up with people being hanged or executed.
Well, that's right. And of course, the point where you control the narrative. I mean, they used to say in Mexico, argent et piombo, silver or lead. So if you want to make money as a journalist, then you've got to toe the line, otherwise you're out. And of course, if you start telling the truth too much, then you're going to be dead. And journalism is still all around the world one of the quite dangerous. Those who pursue it in genuine, with a genuine vocation, take risks and they die. In Mexico, they're killed all the time.
So I think we should probably start by looking at this whole business of the Venezuela. Well, it was abduction, or some would say kidnap. You could use another word, which is taking the president hostage.
Well, if you're a BBC journalist, we know that you're not allowed to say that he's been kidnapped.
Oh, that's right.
No, he's not been kidnapped.
The BBC
I don't know.
So we know quite a few things that BBC people are not allowed to say. So they're not allowed to play the Doors on the BBC, for God knows whatever reason. They're not allowed to use the word Zionist, because this is too complicated. They have to say Israeli state instead. And the other word they're not allowed to use is kidnapped. But actually, I would go one step further, that this is a kind of hostage-taking. So Maduro is being kept alive for now, and everyone who's in Venezuela knows that that things could go very bad for him at his trial if they don't play ball.
Well, it's a mafia-style tactic, isn't it? There's no legal basis for it whatsoever. I mean, if you actually read the indictments against him, it's laughable. They've decided that he isn't actually a cartel leader at all, because they
changed their mind.
They've changed their mind, so they dropped all that. So he's now actually being put on trial for possession of machine guns, which apparently breaks a rule that was set in the United States in 1934. So it's a 1934 law from the United States that says people shouldn't have machine guns. But of course, he's a head of state, and therefore he controls lots of people who own machine guns. So there you are.
Grasping at straws here.
Well, they are. And of course, the guy who's defended Assange is going to defend him in court, and they're not. I don't think they are going to be able to legitimately prosecute him. But it doesn't matter because they don't care.
Well,
we can do whatever we like, and you can't stop us.
Quite a lot of analysis, but I think we should probably start with an excerpt from. It's quite a long speech. I think it's about 15, 20 minutes altogether, and I put the full version up for anyone that's not heard it on our show page. It's quite entertaining, quite interesting. You can tell Trump has been up all night, or maybe a couple of nights. He sounds extremely sleepy as he reads his auto cue, but I do love the way that he insists on wandering off the auto cue from time to time and start.
Oh, it's very revealing, isn't it?
At the very, very end here, it does. At the very, very end here, he says something which could put him in jail for war crimes, because he's wandering slightly off the. This is only about 3 minutes, but at the very end, you'll hear him say something quite entertaining and interesting. Not the sort of thing you'd expect him to admit, but here he is. Donald Trump explaining these guys down in South America are going to have to do as they're told now.
For decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's fantastic, man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. Thank you very much.
Okay, the only trouble is, of course, an attack on sovereignty is not allowed in the UN Charter. The United States are signatories to the UN Charter, Martin.
They are, but of course what Trump is now basically flagging up is we don't care about any of that, and what are you going to do about it?
Right is might. I've heard him, there's a great article which I'll share with listeners, which talks about, on the newsletter and on the show page, which is later, which talks about it as the Wild West.
Well, it's the mentality of the Wild West, certainly. And of course, in fact, far from being Doc Holliday, I'm afraid Trump is Billy the Kid. And that's the reality.
What about this idea of threatening other leaders, saying, well, look, this is maybe it's not just South American leaders, which he's talking about there, who are sitting there thinking, God, if we don't do as we're told, maybe we'll just get kidnapped.
Well, that's what this is the Israeli playbook, isn't it? It's the pagers. Of course, the attack on Iran, the last attack on Iran was carried out while Trump was talking to them, and they presumed that because he was talking to them, they wouldn't be attacked. And of course, there's been the attack on Putin's residence while Trump was trying to talk to Putin. And of course, everybody's now... This is basically Al Caponeism, if you like. He's going around saying to everybody out there, if we want to, we will kill you or catch you. And that's a declaration of war against the planet, really. And maybe they'll get the war they want, but they won't necessarily like it.
We have got some stuff to talk about Ukraine later, but it might be a good idea just to dip into that, since it's a couple of a week or so, a couple of weeks ago now, that there were two attacks, weren't there? One on Putin's residence, and the other one was on a New Year's Eve party in Kherson, where I think they've now said around about 50 people were killed. Now,
that was by the Ukrainians.
We've had
randomly killing civilians.
We've had wall-to-wall coverage about some incident which was an accident, apparently, in Switzerland, but nothing about this deliberate attack on the New Year's Eve party civilians by the British, Americans and Ukrainians and NATO.
Yes, and most people will only hear about it on shows like this because the mainstream media simply don't report it. And of course that's why. And of course in Russia itself, that was main news across all the channels. A load of our civilians have been deliberately killed here at a New Year's Eve party. And of course that it was deliberately done. The idea is that Budanov, who used to be head up the secret police in Ukraine, they've got this policy: if we kill enough civilians, like the Crocus theatre attack in Russia, people will turn on Putin because they say he can't protect us. It's absolutely wicked as a philosophy, but they openly espouse it. And of course, the British intelligence services are deeply implicated in all these attacks on civilians. I'm glad you said that, because
this was the way it was reported on RT, which is banned in Britain. They had a whole piece, which I put on last week's emergency show on RT, explaining how the Russians and why the Russians believe the British are behind almost all of these attacks.
Yes, well, what's happened to the British?
Including the assassinations.
What's happened to the British military, although very interestingly, 4 ex-British generals came out over the Christmas period saying we've got to cut off all military aid to Israel. That wasn't reported in the mainstream either. Was it? No. And you see, the Daily Telegraph have got generals popping out of their ears, having various opinions every day in the Daily Telegraph. You'd have thought 4 generals, all of them sending a letter to Keir Starmer saying we need to cut off aid to Israel right now, this minute. That wasn't reported. And of course, nobody in Britain was told about the killing of all these civilians. Deliberate killing. They obviously deliberately targeted.
Yeah, to me, I mean, just as a trained journalist and editor, the idea that someone has deliberately destroyed a New Year's Eve party is far more newsworthy than an accident. I'm not saying the accident is not worth looking at. Of course it is. But the fact that these people have been deliberately killed makes it far more newsworthy. It doesn't matter really whereabouts in the world it is.
Well,
it's at the same time.
That's why RT is banned.
This is why I wonder Whether that was a deliberate attack actually over in Switzerland in order to just completely divert attention, it could be.
Yeah, well, when you've got control of the media narrative in the way that they have, they don't need to have something in
helps,
Switzerland.
Doesn't it? It helps to have another similar story in order to blot that other story out of the news.
But I mean, you don't...
If you're thinking about New Year's Eve, people dying on New Year's Eve in fire, then you don't think about Kherson. There's nothing to think about. Think about this thing in Switzerland. It's completely obscured this other story, which is a very inconvenient one.
The basic point you're making about the corruption of journalism is correct, but I don't think you can actually presume that they're directly
I'm not
linked.
saying this is a corruption in journalism. What I'm saying is these events can be made to take place in order to deliberately obscure another story.
They do things like that, but you can't presume that that's what happened in this case.
I'm not saying that.
The fact that they deliberately targeted a New Year's Eve party, and no doubt British personnel were involved, who should probably be prosecuted, and we don't have execution in this country, but life should mean life for the senior MI6 officers involved. I hope they're listening. Yeah, life should mean life if there's any justice. Maybe there is no justice, just us.
And what about the attack on Putin's home? Do you think he was actually threatened? We don't actually know if he was. We don't actually know if he was even there or not.
He wasn't there. So, in other words, it was a rather pointless thing to do. But of course, what it does do is any kind of hope for some negotiation between Putin and Trump is basically stymied by that. Yeah. So that kicked in while Zelensky was meeting with Trump. Yeah. So, in other words, it leads to a situation where Trump, it's not clear that Trump even knew what was going on with this. Like a lot of things, he doesn't necessarily know what's going on. The people behind it, the Zelensky and the British, are doing that deliberately to try and sabotage any potential discussions, but which may or may not lead to peace. And, of course, they won't lead to peace because it's all just hot air.
So, as Trump is making his threats to world leaders, anyone that doesn't play ball, I mean, really, this is to do with oil, isn't it? I mean, the idea is that Maduro and his predecessors, Chavez, etc., started the process, I think, of been nationalising the oil over there.
That's right.
And so the American tactic of dealing with this is that they're now going to blockade the tankers. They've been blockading the tankers. They boarded one, I think it was yesterday, wasn't it, or the day before, as well, which had no oil in it, actually, which is a bit of a joke. But the point is that you are no longer an independent continent, South America. If you decide you want to sell your oil to China, we're going to come in and kidnap your president.
Yeah, I mean, that's the message. The oil itself is actually quite difficult to get at because the industry, because of the sanctions that have been on Venezuela, the industry is in decline in Venezuela.
This is another thing, is they keep talking about, but he's just really, really ruining the country. No, the sanctions are ruining the country. And also, of course, they haven't been able to make their oil revenue because of these blockades and sanctions.
Well, that's right. And in other words, that's collective punishment, which is also against the UN Charter. But they do it all the time. Whole countries with there's a Lancet report that came out this week about the deaths from sanctions by the US in the last decades, and it's millions of people. If you stop people getting insulin in a country and they've got diabetes, then they die. And that happens that's what they've been doing for decades. Well, I mean, nothing new there.
In a way, Martin, it's the same with you and I and journalism, because both of you were making a tidy living from RT in Moscow, broadcasting us around the world.
I wasn't making a tidy living. I was paid a little bit to do it.
A reasonable amount.
Well, I was paid to do it, yes.
So I had a column too, which did pay some more. But this is part of the purpose of sanctions, is Martin and Tony will not only not be able to make any money at journalism, but they won't be heard.
Well, that's the point. I mean, that's why they banned RT, because it was in English and you could get it on Freeview, and people would have been immediately aware if they just flicked onto the channel of what was going on in Russia.
But the Russians were saying,
up in arms about all these people being killed deliberately.
We actually cannot move the money around because of the sanctions. We can't pay you. Simple as that.
Well, that's one of the reasons. Yes, and also, of course, you can't see it. You know, I mean, that's what the reason they banned it is because they can't compete with RT. RT was, in fact, a go-to genuine source of news.
Well,
you'd have thought people would want to know what the Russians think.
When I first
don't you want to know what they think? When
I first went to the Dole office, the lady, very nice lady, Claire there, she said to me, and I said, I explained to her, look, the reason I'm here is because of the sanctions. I just can't get paid anymore. And she said, no, you don't understand. You haven't had any sanctions yet.
At
the Dole.
Because she thought you were talking about dole sanctions, not sanctions on Russia.
Well, yes.
The word is the same, but it's not. It's two different contexts.
But it's a sort of similar thing, isn't it? The idea is financial punishment. As everyone becomes,
there's all sorts of mechanisms.
As everybody becomes more and more reliant on money and less on maybe their own resources, their kitchen garden, their home, their land, their local area. If you're more reliant on money, which is that there seems to be so much effort now to just get us reliant on cash, money for everything. The things that used to be free, going for to play rounders in the park. Now, apparently in Bristol, we have to pay. We're going to have to pay for this. That's what they're telling us. So don't get dependent on money, folks. Get away from whatever you can. Get away from it. Off grid.
Or
whatever.
Go on strike and demand some.
Well, all right. Or else go and live in a caravan like so many people have been doing.
Well,
in this city, we've got about 800 people now in caravans.
You can't just opt out of international capitalism.
You can't, totally, but what you can do is stop it fleecing you so much. So if you want to save up for a deposit for a house, you're a young couple, it makes sense not to be in a rented accommodation, but to be somewhere where you're not having to pay rent, like in a caravan, for example. Anyway, look, we were hearing from Trump, talking about Venezuela. What about our own, very own great leader?
It's obviously a fast-moving situation, and we need to establish all the facts. What I can say is that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation, and as you'd expect, we're focusing on British nationals in Venezuela and working very closely with our embassy. And so I will want to talk to the President, I will want to talk to allies, but at the moment I think we need to establish the facts. I think President Trump is doing a press conference later, so hopefully more information will come out then.
What is clear, though, which the White House has said, is that America carried out strikes on Venezuela and captured their leader, Maduro. Some politicians in this country have already condemned that. Do you?
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts and take it from there.
Uphold international law. But we don't really know what's happened here. I mean, this guy's not in the loop at all, is he?
Well, he's deliberately obfuscating because he doesn't want to answer the question. He wants to stay in. It's becoming absolutely clear who runs this country, and it isn't our politicians. He's a Labour politician, and he's basically just does what the Americans want. And all the alternative politicians, like Kemi Badenoch, who said it was morally right, and Nigel Farage, they're all behind the Americans and what they're doing in Venezuela. And that's because this country isn't run by British people, it's run by the Americans, and they're run by the Israelis. And we haven't got a national government in this country that represents the ordinary people. Just not there. Hasn't been there since 1945. And of course there's going to be a world war now, and at the end of that we'll see who's in charge.
What do you mean now? No, I mean, surely, just a minute, Martin, you do sort of exaggerate this, I think.
No, I don't.
What's going on here with Venezuela is not going to start a world war.
The world war started on 9/11. It's just a question of what world wars are.
What's happening is the United States is forcing another country, Venezuela, in a very, as the BBC would say, audacious way, to comply with their wishes to have access to their oil.
Yes, but it's not really about the oil, because as David Stockman pointed out, he's a very good analyst from the US, he used to work for Reagan, he's the economics guy for Reagan, there's no real oil worth having there. At $50 a barrel, which is what it currently is, that Venezuelan oil isn't worth doing. So when Trump says our oil companies are going to go in there and take it, they're going, well, no, we're not, because it's too expensive, and we're going to lose money. So then Trump said, the government, the US government, will pay you to go in and take the oil. And of course, this hasn't been agreed at all by anybody. The Venezuelans have said you can buy the oil off us. We're willing to discuss that.
The Americans are going to pay for the oil. It's not they're not going to pay for it, is it?
No, they're going to decide. In any case,
they want their companies in there.
Now, that's what it looks like ostensibly. It's more to do with just establishing. There's some guy, Michael Ledeen, some years ago said every 10 years or so, the US has got to take some small country and throw it against the wall just to remind everybody that we are the boss. So in other words, it's not really even about the money. It's about putting the fear of God into everybody else.
It also
in Latin
may
America.
well be about energy and about the potential of a war with Iran, destroying the flow of oil, and so they really want access to that oil.
Well, Chevron were allowed back into Venezuela after the sanctions on Russia because the Americans needed the oil. And so I
think Chevron is the only company.
That's right. Chevron were allowed back in by the Chavista regime, and that they were based. I mean, they've always made it clear we're perfectly happy to sell you our oil, but you can't just have it for nothing, and you can't just tell us what we got to do with our stuff. It doesn't belong to you. You see, Trump said it's our oil. It's our oil in Venezuela. Yeah. Now that's a quite straightforward imperialist statement. And, of course, what that does lead to, if you're a Venezuelan patriot, no, it's our oil, come and get it, and we'll kill you if you try.
Well, Rubio is the Secretary of State. He gave an interview to, I think it was with NBC News, just not long after Trump's press conference, to explain a little bit more about what they were up to by taking Maduro, sorry, I shouldn't laugh, taking him hostage. Effectively, that's what they've done.
Joining me now is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Is the United States now at war with Venezuela?
There's not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations. It's not a war against Venezuela. We are enforcing American laws with regards to oil sanctions. We have sanctioned entities. We go to court. We get a warrant. We seize those boats with oil, and that will continue. We would continue to reserve the right to take strikes against drug boats that are bringing drugs towards the United States that are being operated by transnational criminal organizations, including the Cartel de los Soles. Of course, the leader of that cartel is now in U.S. custody and facing U.S. justice in the Southern District of New York, and that's Nicolas Maduro. So we made a big progress in that regard.
Mr. Secretary, who is in charge? Are you running Venezuela right now?
Yeah, I mean, I keep people, fixating on that. Here's the bottom line on it is we expect to see changes in Venezuela. Changes of all kinds, long-term, short-term. We'd love to see all kinds of changes. But the most immediate changes are the ones that are in the national interest of the United States. That's why we're involved here, because of how it applies and has a direct impact on the United States. Okay, we are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We just can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations. We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to use every element of leverage that we have to ensure that changes. The one I would point everyone to is that our military is helping the Coast Guard conduct a law enforcement function, which is not just the capture of Maduro, but the enforcement of our sanctions. We go to court, we get a warrant, we seize the boats. And we think this is tremendous leverage, incredible, crippling leverage, which we intend to continue to use until we see the changes that we need to see that are benefit to the American people. And by the way, we believe to the people of Venezuela as well.
But, Mr. Secretary, I think there's a lot of questions about who the point people are during this transition. President Trump said we're going to run the country. So is it you? Is it Secretary Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this. We want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest. It either touches on something that's a threat to our national security or touches on something that's either beneficial or harmful.
And are you involved in that transition,
so obviously
Secretary?
I'm very involved in this. Well, of course. I mean, I think everyone knows I'm pretty involved on politics in this hemisphere. Obviously, as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, very involved in all these elements. The Department of War plays a very important role here, along with the Department of Justice, for example, because they're the ones that have to go to court. So this is a team effort by the entire national security apparatus of our country, but it is running this policy. And the goal of the policy is to see changes in Venezuela that are beneficial to the United States, first and foremost, because that's who we work for, but also, we believe, beneficial for the people of Venezuela who have suffered tremendously. We want a better future for Venezuela, and we think a better future for the people of Venezuela also is stabilizing for the region and makes the neighborhood we live in a much better and safer place.
So we come and kidnap your democratically elected president. We take him hostage, but we're only doing it for your own benefit.
Well, it's the hypocrisy of it is absolutely palpable, and you can see that there's
is anyone supposed
big
to
reaction
believe
across
this?
Latin America against it.
Is anybody supposed to believe this? I suppose
Well,
some
the people that are supposed to believe it are the people who fund the politicos in the United States of America. That's what they want to hear. They're the real people who run the show. They decide what they want, and Rubio's telling them, we're doing what you want. It's not about the ordinary folk in the US or in Venezuela. It's about getting the money into the pockets of the people in charge so they get re-elected and all the rest of it.
But hang on, what about drug running? It's quite obvious most of the drugs in the States are coming from South America, aren't they? You can't
They're
deny
not coming
that.
from Venezuela,
You can't
though.
deny that, whether maybe they're coming through Venezuela.
No, they're not. They're mostly coming through Colombia. It's about 8% of drugs in the United States comes from Venezuela.
Or maybe
75% comes from Colombia. And of course, the actual Rubio's brother was involved in cocaine smuggling. He's a cocaine kingpin in Miami. He's convicted. Yeah. The guy who was in charge in Honduras has just been let off. He was convicted in a court in New York of bringing in 500 tons of cocaine. And of course, the CIA have been involved in the cocaine trade since the 1960s. They've been doing it when the military government in Bolivia, which was put in power by the Americans, was up to its ears in drugs money. In Colombia, where I went on a trade union delegation in 2005, the dogs in the street know that the CIA runs the cocaine industry. And at the same time, they then use it as an excuse to invade people and say you've got to stop bringing all these drugs in, when in actual fact the CIA, Gary Webb, who supposedly committed suicide, a journalist, we were talking about journalists again earlier, he supposedly committed suicide by shooting himself twice in the back of the head. He exposed all of this years ago.
Martin, you're exaggerating, because it wasn't Rubio's brother, it was his brother-in-law.
All right, okay, I'm exaggerating, but the point is, everybody knows. The dogs in the street know who runs the drugs trade, and it's them.
$15 million worth of cocaine he was arrested for.
That's right.
Trafficking.
So in other words, Uribe, who used to be the president of Colombia...
And the ring was operating out of South Florida, not out of Venezuela.
Yes, I mean, most of the drugs going into the US, the small amount of drugs in Venezuela that's trafficked through Venezuela end up mostly in West Africa and then in Europe, so they don't go to the US anywhere. And in actual fact, the Maduro regime is pretty anti-drugs. I think they've been pretty tough on the drugs cartels. Whereas the real problem with the drugs cartels is in Colombia, because the drug cartels are aligned with the right-wing paramilitaries, who are aligned with the Colombian army, who are actually trained by the Israelis, and of course they are the big drugs pushers. When I went to Venezuela, to Colombia in 2005 on trade union delegation, people were telling me, well, everybody knows that the government and the right-wing paramilitaries are the big drug. Carlos Castano, who's the head of the Aiso Unidas Defensas de Colombia, the right-wing paramilitaries, major drug dealer. And anybody can check this.
And we'll be looking at the
legalities
of all this in a minute, but the latest from Venezuela, what do you make of what kind of government there's going to be if the Americans are in control of their oil and their energy from now on?
Well, they're not in control of the government.
It looks like that's what's going to happen, doesn't it?
Well, as things stand, they're not in control. Delcy Rodriguez has taken over, as would happen in this country. If somebody assassinated or kidnapped Keir Starmer, David Lammy would become the Prime Minister. And the same thing's happened in Venezuela. She's the deputy president. She's become the president. That's what happens.
So the lady that got the Nobel Peace Prize, this almost seems like a kind of...
Trump just dismissed her. He said, well, the problem with her is she's a nice lady, but she's got no support.
It seems like cover, doesn't it? It seems like a kind of cover by the Nobel Peace people for this intervention.
That's right, which is why Julian Assange has taken out a private prosecution of the Nobel Committee, saying this is an abuse of your charter. He won't get anywhere with it, but it's good for him to say that. And of course, Machado has been had her nose put out of joint because Trump doesn't really want to. Trump came out with it. He said, "Well, she's a nice lady, but she's got no support," and that's the problem for them. In Venezuela, the people that they want to be in power haven't got the support.
Anyway, I love the Venezuelans. I've always loved Venezuela, just as a kind of, Chavez, who I think was probably poisoned.
He was probably given cancer by the US.
Yeah.
Because a lot of left-wing leaders in that era, Kirchner and her husband in Argentina and others, they all got very weird unusual
illnesses,
cancers. Not
so they've all sorts
cancer,
of different ways
of
attacking your body, basically. But
yes,
from afar.
I mean, they are extremely nasty, gangsterish people. They're every bit as bad as the Nazis in Germany, but they've got a better pre-op.
And it's funny, you know, the Israeli thing comes to mind as well, because I know anybody that was trying to negotiate for the Arabs was being killed by the Zionists in the 1940s.
Right. I mean, as Stalin famously said, "No person, no problem." And they've taken that one to heart.
And they are a socialist country. I noticed that
not really. They've gone towards socialism.
No, they are
done
basically
some good things.
Yes, and they are doing their best to be a socialist country in the shadow of the United States, which is not an easy thing to beat, and it's not at all easy to do that in South America. They've been a stalwarts at it, in fact. And I noticed that the new president, the ex-vice president, decided a place which was a socialist commune, which has been around for about 40 or 50 years to do her press conference.
Her father was tortured to death, aged 32, by the Venezuelan secret police. So there you go.
And so there is, you know, the idea here is, I mean, for example, this area is, I'm not quite sure, I think it's on the outskirts of Caracas somewhere, but it was squatted about 50 years ago by a whole bunch of people, just took the land and started building houses. And there was a battle with the government and with the police, which the government eventually just caved in and said, OK, you can have the land and stay there. And they've been working it ever since as a big socialist commune. So this is the sort of thing that happens in Venezuela.
Yes, well, Venezuela's got the Bolivarian tradition, because Simon Bolivar, the liberator, as he's known, who fought to liberate the whole of South America, he was born in Caracas in Venezuela. That was his hometown. And, of course, that tradition still lives on.
So how
in the
does South America
regime
stand at this moment in terms of the Bolivarian revolution? Because they're on the back foot in some countries and doing reasonably well in others.
If you look at the actual geopolitical map of Latin America at the moment, the southern cone regions like Venezuela, Chile, and up into the Andes, the right wing have basically finagled their way into power through various tricks and
Argentina is horrific at the moment.
Yes, I know, but what happened in Argentina? I mean, you talk about interfering in other people's politics, but basically they were given a massive handout of money from the US taxpayer so that Milei could stand in the election without the currency collapsing. So there's huge manipulations go on in Latin America. They always have done. And, of course, people in Latin America are very, very well aware that the dictatorships of the 1980s were all backed by the Americans and the British, of course. And they killed, in Argentina, 30,000 people, horribly. They didn't just kill them, they tortured them to death. People remember the disappeared ones, the los desesperados.
And so, yeah, the latest is from Venezuela is they're basically saying, look, we're going to carry on regardless. And they're not making any commitments to, I mean, because a lot of this is to do with what happened here under Thatcher, which is to do with privatisation.
Well, that's right. Well, Machado has said
and nationalisation, which is what we should be doing here. That's and what Keir Starmer has said to the World Economic Forum, don't worry, I won't be doing any nationalisation in Britain.
Well, that's right. That's right. So this is what this is all about. It's on a ratchet. So we've got a Labour government here with a policy to the right of the Thatcher government of the 1980s, but that's the best we're going to be allowed. Yeah, because once you've done it and privatised, you're not allowed to go back. And of course, that's exactly what they want. They want to dismantle all the social gains of the Venezuelan Bolivarian revolution, if you can call it that. It's actually quite a reformist project. They didn't go out of their way to smash the other side. They've tried to advance as fast as they may without upsetting the apple cart. They're quite pragmatic. And that's what they mean. They're saying that they want the Chavistas to do what the Americans want. And and of course there's been lots of discussion about who inside the regime in Venezuela betrayed them, because there's obviously been some kind of internal betrayal involved here. But of course, we'll have to see. I mean, all of that is still very murky.
Okay, so there was an attempted coup, wasn't there?
In 2002 against Chavez.
Yes. I noticed that Declassified UK has pointed out just yesterday that Britain refused to help Hugo Chavez in the Venezuelan coup. The UK embassy feared a backlash from wealthier residents of Caracas if it helped to save Venezuelan's president's life in 2002. But it's easy to forget. There's a great picture of Chavez shaking Tony Blair's hand, and Blair looking with his sort of almost like devil's teeth. Yeah, a wolfish grin, definitely right. With Chavez at Downing Street just before the coup. So Britain's embassy in Caracas rebuffed appeals to help the democratically elected president during a right-wing coup that ousted Hugo Chavez on the 11th of April 2002. After 47 hours, however, he had been reinstated as the president. So this was a bit of a touch and go, wasn't it?
Well, there's a good film about it called The Revolution Will Not Be Televised, which was made by some Irish journalists who were actually on the ground at the time. It's all about what happened in that 48 hours.
A very important thing to mention, which I haven't heard anywhere on the mainstream, is that you can watch everything if you want. And if you've got your smart TV, I suppose, or just on your laptop, you can watch it all on Telesur English, which is an excellent English language Venezuelan TV channel, which really covers politics in the whole of South America.
That's right. Well, it was set up.
I'd love to work for
it. It was set up by Chavez to be the you know, because obviously we've been talking in this whole show about controlling the narrative, and of course we've got to have our own Spanish and English language TV stations. Because, you know,
so we've got hundreds of TV channels. We've got hundreds of TV channels out there, but Telesur English, well, you've got to go and look for it on the internet, and if you're lucky, it might work.
Well, that's right. I mean, what they do is if they can't get rid of it completely, they just marginalise it through all sorts of tactics. They use algos, they use demonetisation. I mean, you know, as you're well aware, Tony, that's how they marginalise everything, and then people just get, you know, the people with the big bucks, the Murdochs, screaming in their ear.
What about the markets, though? Because it was interesting, the way the markets reacted on Monday, that is particularly the FTSE in London and the Dow and Wall Street. So let's have a listen now to the BBC's market report on Tuesday morning, because that's when you get all the results of what's been going on the Monday. So let's see what the BBC had to say about the way the markets reacted to this.
So we start with the latest market reaction to the US intervention in Venezuela. The share price of US oil companies rose sharply on Monday following the events in Caracas over the weekend. The US Energy Secretary Chris Wright is expected to meet with oil industry representatives later this week to brief them on the developments in Venezuela. President Trump has insisted that they'll be allowed back into the country to rehabilitate and exploit its vast oil reserves. Here's more from Michelle Fleury in New York.
Let's talk about energy stocks, which moved sharply higher on Monday. Now, this follows comments from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, on Sunday, who pointed to what he described as a unique American advantage, and that is the ability of U.S. refineries to process Venezuela's heavy crude oil. Much of that capacity sits along the U.S. Gulf Coast, where refineries are designed to handle thicker, more complex crude than the lighter oil that is produced by U.S. shale fields. That lifted shares in companies with significant Gulf Coast exposure. Valero rose around 9%, while Marathon saw its share price go up about 6%. President Trump has also said that reviving Venezuela's oil infrastructure after decades of underinvestment and restoring output would be central to his strategy, potentially directing that production towards U.S. interests. Now, U.S. oilfield service companies like SLB and Halliburton would likely both be key players in any reconstruction effort. So, not surprisingly, their share prices were also up around 8%, even though the price of oil itself actually only rose about 1%. For investors, the calculation is straightforward. If Venezuelan production does increase, the company is best equipped to process and service that oil, well, they stand to gain.
Michelle Fleury there. Well, let's discuss in more detail the US strategy to exploit the oil resources in Venezuela. Dr. Francisco Monaldi is director of the Latin American Energy Program at Rice University's Baker Institute for Public Policy. Welcome to BBC News.
Thank you.
So what is your take on the potential and also the desire on the part of US oil companies some of whom have been stung before in Venezuela?
Yes, so Venezuela used to produce much more oil than it produces today. It produced 3.4 million barrels of oil per per day when Hugo Chavez came to power. Now it produces slightly less than 1 million barrels, but it could go back to even higher production than the previous peaks because it has massive resources. But the problems of Venezuela have always been about above ground risk, meaning political risk, regulatory risk. As you point out, there has been a ton of reneging on oil contracts. And I think that's the biggest challenge because it's unclear at this point if the conditions will align to have a stable political situation with the right institutions, the right contracts for companies to be confident to invest billions of dollars as is needed to go back to those levels of production.
Well, that's one of those slightly weaselly BBC people that doesn't tell you that it's the sanctions that are the reason why they're not able to produce as much oil as they used to. Not even mentioned there. And also there's this question, Martin, that is arising now, a couple of days after it's popped up in the news, that the US oil companies actually want personal guarantees from Trump and his government before actually investing in Venezuela.
Well, that's right, because it's actually, the oil itself is actually, with the oil price as it is, it's not really worth getting out of the ground. There's a glut of oil at the moment. Yeah, so more oil will actually drive the price down, and of course, the private sector US oil companies are not there to they're there to make money.
Oh, surely if the Americans have got access to more oil, they will have more leverage over the price.
Yeah, well, that's the point. But the oil companies are not going to pay to go into Venezuela. The US taxpayer will have to pay for that before they'll put any money into it. And of course, what will happen is the US taxpayer pays for this is all speculative, of course, because none of this has been agreed with the Venezuelan government. This is just imagining an as-if scenario. There would have to be lots and lots of money from the US taxpayer to subsidise the US oil companies to go in and get money out, and then they would make a profit from what the government has subsidised them to do. And of course, that is the way US capitalism works.
Already,
the taxpayer subsidises the private sector to make a profit.
Already, Trump will be saying we've got a victory because they are apparently releasing a large number of political prisoners now in Venezuela.
Well, I think what they're doing in Venezuela, it's hard to know exactly what's happening. I'm trying to follow it, obviously, but we're a long way away. Is they're trying to consolidate the regime by trying to reach out to people and say, because lots of people who are opposed to Maduro and didn't like him are not happy with what's happened. Yeah, so the new Delcy Rodriguez is trying to say to people, look, this is a chance for us all to get together, and if we're all unhappy with this, we can turn around to the Americans and say, stop doing this, we don't want you to do it. And if we're all on the same page, then we might be able to get, to negotiate with them in some shape or form. We're not saying we won't talk to them, just like Putin has been saying to the West. I'm not saying I won't talk to you, but don't try and tell me, because I've got my own perspective.
But it's bending to pressure from the US, surely, by releasing all these political prisoners. Head of Venezuela's National Assembly, Jorge Rodriguez, announced on Thursday yesterday that the government was freeing an important number of prisoners as part of a unilateral gesture to maintain the peace.
Yeah, well, that's the brother. He's the head of the
800 or 900 political prisoners.
Yes, he's the brother of the vice president. Yeah. And he's, of course, and their father was the one who was actually tortured to death by the secret police.
Here's another question for you. Sorry, carry on. You're interrupting you mid-sentence.
Yeah, it's what they're trying to do. I mean, they've got a very difficult job to do. They're trying to say to the Americans, look, you can't push us around. We're not going to be pushed around. Don't think you can push us around. We are prepared to talk to you.
A unilateral gesture, they're saying.
Yeah, but they could have said, we're going to clamp down now because you've been traitors and we're fed up with you undermining us. But they're not saying that.
So they don't want a second, because Trump was threatening a second strike. Maybe this is a way of
still on the table. Of course it is.
What about the Russians and the Chinese? Because they have things called satellites sitting up there, and they can watch these US carrier strike groups, which of course they do. They spend quite a lot of their time very closely observing what's going on the decks of aircraft carriers that are bringing loads of Delta Force people up, putting them in helicopters and sending them off. This raid in Caracas would have been far bigger than the simple smaller raids which would be blowing up fishing boats, innocent people dying on fishing boats, that there's no evidence for there being any drugs on there in any way. Even if it was a so-called crime, that's not a capital crime. These Delta Force people should have landed on the fishing boats and arrested people and put them on trial. But no, they just decided to blow them out of the sea, almost as if they are just having a bit of fun. But the Russians and the Chinese would have seen this coming. Why didn't they tell Maduro?
Well, they probably, insofar as they did see it coming, they probably were in contact with him. But don't forget, Venezuela is a long way away from Russia and China.
No, just a few seconds in terms of, hey guys, Maduro, you better move him out of the way. It looks like there's a big force. Looks like there's a big force coming from the carrier to do something in Caracas and to warn. They didn't, did they?
I don't know what happened, Tony.
They didn't warn him, obviously, otherwise
I don't know whether they did or didn't.
Do you think that, Martin, you're being sort of a bit like Starmer here? I don't know what's going on. You've got a president of a country. Yeah. He will be able to be moved around to different venues. Yes. And if he gets a warning that there's a force coming to Caracas, he may well then decide, right, I'm going to move.
Well, he met with the Chinese ambassador the day before.
So they're in on it?
No.
Yes.
Well, you're saying that, Tony, but I'm saying no.
Maybe they're just a bit slack.
Well, no, Tony, in actual fact, because it's a world war, this is just one battle.
And that's one that they're prepared to lose, are
they? It looks like it, Tony.
Well, maybe it's a strategic thing. Maybe the Russians and the Chinese don't want the Americans to know that they knew.
Well, also, of course...
It's a failure of intelligence.
Let's just think of it from a Russian-Chinese point of view. If the Americans do go in there on the ground, and they may have to, then it becomes a quagmire for the Americans. So, in actual fact, from a Russian-Chinese point of view, a lot of Venezuelans will die, but it's actually quite good from their point of view. Okay?
Yeah, well, interesting angle. Yeah, it could quite possibly be. Yeah. So there are various stories coming out now which relate to this, right, literally at the moment. He is going to be... Do you think Trump will really be running Venezuela, as he says, or is it going to be more like a Rubio?
He's just running his mouth there. The fact is that Delcy Rodriguez is in charge in Venezuela. The regime has stabilised, and of course he's saying, I want the existing regime, to do what I want. And they're saying, well, we're willing to talk to you, but we're not necessarily going to do what you want. And so they haven't, in fact. Trump likes the idea that he's a big, strong man, he can tell everybody what to do. But in actual fact, the Venezuelan army is intact. The US army does not have troops on the ground. They've got spies on the ground. They've got intelligence people on the ground. The CIA are no doubt creeping around the place, sabotaging things. But they're not in control, because it's a very difficult country to control. So it's twice the size of Iraq.
I'd love to know.
It's got loads of mountains,
to know what's going through Putin's mind when he's woken up to say, "Looks like the Americans are about to attack Caracas. What do we do?" And he goes, "Oh, never mind about it." Turns around and goes back to sleep again.
Well, we don't know exactly what happened. Yeah, it's easy. It's easy to play what they call in America Monday morning quarterback.
Okay. But it's not. It's actually basic stuff. Intelligence, satellites, these sorts of things. White House officials have excluded.
People inside, it looks like some Hummins involved in this.
White House officials. Well, yeah, we could talk about that if you want. Definitely, there's some collaboration within Venezuela.
If you've got a traitor in the top, that makes a huge amount of difference, as we know from Northern Ireland. Brigadier Gordon Kerr was running both the UDA's steak knife for Scaptaci, and is also running Brian Nelson, who ran the UDA. Now, if you've got somebody at the top in at one stage a few years ago, they tried to get the Venezuelan army to move against Maduro. So they contacted all of the generals in the Venezuelan army and said, "Look, if you get rid of Maduro, we'll give you a load of money, and you can retire wherever we want to do." Blah, blah, blah. And the generals played along with it, saying, yeah, okay, we're going to do it, yeah. And then when the day came that they were supposed to remove Maduro, the Americans were going, right, it's going to happen, and the generals just said, only kidding.
This reminds me of George Bush's grandfather, and
Prescott Bush,
and Smedley Butler. Because they were actually talking about a coup in the United States, weren't they? Back in the 1930s.
Yes, that's right. Butler went along with it.
Do you know what year it was? Was it?
It's the 30s. It must have been in the mid 30s.
Yeah.
So Smedley Butler was a former head of the US Marine Corps. Yeah, he wasn't currently serving.
He was one of those
but he was a war hero and blah, blah, blah.
They were going to try and get rid of Roosevelt, isn't that right?
They were going to get rid of Roosevelt.
Basically a Democrat.
They were going to put in Smedley Butler as the figurehead for this coup against Roosevelt.
They were using the Veterans Association, I think, weren't they?
So anyway, what Smedley Butler did is he went along with all of this and he met with all of these conspirators, including Prescott Bush, etc., etc., and then he went straight to Roosevelt, and of course Butler was actually a Republican, I think, but he went straight to Roosevelt, who was the Democratic Prime Minister, said, well, these guys are going to overthrow you, so what do you want me to do? And he said, well, just deal with it, Smedley. So then Smedley Butler rounded them all up and arrested them. But it was all hushed up.
Well,
the way that most people in the US are unaware that there was an attempted military coup.
I know there was actually a very good piece on the UK TV about it. In the UK TV about it, which I put a little thing, it was only about 10 minutes up on YouTube. And I remember it was sort of languishing, doing nothing for about 3 or 4 months. And then suddenly someone in the States started spreading it around in the States, and it got hundreds of thousands of views in America. Because even now it's not known about.
Once the scales have fallen from people's eyes, all the information they need to understand what's going on is in fact out there if you've got the curiosity and the time to look into it.
Wouldn't it have been interesting to see the Americans sort of siding with Hitler in the Second World War? That would have been weird and a bit peculiar.
Well, but all of these things are counterfactual history, which is useful, but you've got to remember that what happened is what happened, and that's not what happened.
And so people need to learn from it. So maybe Maduro should have understood that this is the sort of thing that might land on his doorstep.
Well, I mean, if somebody comes into your house and kidnaps you, Tony, this evening, and you just get dragged off and maybe
I'm not
murdered,
president.
It's not your fault, is it?
I'd love to be. I'm not president.
Well, yes, but the point is, it's not your fault if somebody does that to you.
No, of course it's not, no.
It's a criminal act by others.
I'm just wondering about this relationship with Russia and China. Still, in the back of my mind, I'm not satisfied about it. It's a bit similar to Syria. It's like, well, actually, this isn't really our homeland. It's not our sphere. It's not our sphere of influence. So maybe we'll just shrug our shoulders and let it go.
It's just reality. You cannot project power on the other side of the planet when you've got a serious adversary.
Send a little message to Maduro, said, be a good idea if you moved in the next 15 minutes.
All right, but Tony, I think you're making a bit of a meal out of this. This is a criminal act by the US government. The Chinese and the Russians have condemned it. What else are they supposed to do? They could, in fact, start a war.
Do something to warn. No, I know you love your wars, but they could have
love wars.
They could have just warned him.
What we could have done, the Russians, they seized their Russian flag tanker. We haven't got to that. What the Russians could do is they could fire an Oreshnik missile, not at Ukraine. They could just pop it right onto the Plymouth and kill loads and loads of British sailors. And then we'd all be to war.
Well, they could maybe have taken out the helicopter as it's heading into Caracas, no?
All right. I tell you what, I'm going to put you in charge of the military operation. You're the guy. You're a journalist. You need to learn how to use weapons.
Martin, you just don't want to hear, do you?
They could have warned him. With you.
They could have warned him.
No, Tony.
No, they couldn't.
All right, Tony, you want to make this point.
They couldn't have warned him.
All right, I don't agree with you. There we go. We don't agree.
Okay, good. So let's have a listen now to a bit of the more of the commentary, and particularly looking at the legal side of all of this. Obviously, it seems, on the face of it, Martin, doesn't it, to be totally illegal?
There is no legal basis for it, and those who have done it, in fact, are the lawbreakers. And if there's any justice, they would all go to... I mean, Trump basically boasted about killing all these innocent people in fishing boats. Starmer was saying, well, I'm not going to reap any tears for Maduro. Well, what about all those innocent fisher folk, Mr. Barrister Keir Starmer? That's first-degree murder, isn't it? First-degree murder.
Actually, these things are all crimes in the US.
That they are doing.
Yeah, so the FBI should be arresting Trump and everyone else who's involved, Rubio,
the people who bombed Bologna railway station in 1980, that was NATO intelligence people.
Sounds to
they
me...
should all have been arrested.
It sounds to me like it's just a gang, just a clique, and there's no law at all in America.
Well, what's happened... This is why everybody's reacted to this.
Except for the poor, and except for those that are outside the clique.
Well, what we've got here is this is a complete defiance of the UN Charter. Yeah? And the Americans are making a big deal about we don't care about the UN Charter.
So what have they failed to do that's led to this seizure of Maduro and an attempt to get back the oil?
What have the Venezuelans
the Americans failed to do? Because they seem to be failing around the world to compete with other major powers, don't they? And at the end of the day, well, if they've just failed to compete, well, I'll tell you what, let's pick on a few fishing boats.
Well, that's right. There's many people are saying this is actually a sign of weakness.
Yeah.
If you are strong,
I think you're right.
You can get people to do what you want without too much fuss, you know.
It's not just weakness in terms of picking on...
If you actually go around actually kicking people's sandcastles over, it suggests that you're not as strong as you think you are.
It's not just weak in terms of picking on fishing boats and civilians, to kidnap civilians and take them hostage.
Well, kill them.
It's weak in terms of the narrative. Their narrative is paper thin.
That's right. And what could happen in Latin America and elsewhere is we're going to have massive civil wars.
You know, I visited South America years ago in the 1980s, and was there in the 90s too, in Mexico, in Central America, and none of them like the Americans. They hate I wouldn't say hate the Americans, because the Latin American people are not really like that. They're mostly, you know, sort of generally Catholic oriented, but they do understand the American United States. In fact, if you say the word America down in South America, they look at you. No, this is America, yeah, because they understand the United States casts this disgusting, horrible shadow over the whole of the south of the continent and Central America too.
It's been a true. I mean, words fail me. I mean, what the US has done in Latin America over 100 years and more is absolutely wicked. They have deprive the poor of the region. There's a book called The Open Veins of Latin America by Edward Galeano that came out in 1973. They've exploited these people ruthlessly for decades, and any attempt to try and reform things is met with total violence. The School of the Americas at Fort Benning in Georgia trained all these Latin American torturers how to torture people. Yeah? They were trained by the US to do that. And that's been the policy for a long time.
We had Klaus, and of course, even had people like Klaus Barbie in
Brazil. That's right. Klaus Barbie was in Bolivia working for the Americans because he was part of Operation Paperclip, and they put him in there. So, in other words, and lots of Nazis ended up in Latin America with the support of the British and the Americans, as we know, Tony. And of course, people in Latin America, in certain parts of Latin America, are very, very well aware of this. And of course, freedom ain't free. Nicaragua is still not under US control, but they had to fight. Tens of thousands of people had to die.
We were talking about this, I think, back in last year, about the film State of Siege, Costa Gavras film. Well, I don't know if you've ever seen that.
That one's about Chile, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just an amazing film about this guy who you talking about the reminds me.
No, you're thinking about Missing.
No, I'm not. I'm thinking about State of Siege, and it's you talking about the School of the Americas. The United States was sending down people to train the police in wherever that film was shot. I think it was in Argentina, maybe Paraguay or Chile, but the idea was that this guy was being sent down by the Americans to train torture techniques to the local police in Latin America. Was then kidnapped, wasn't he? He was then kidnapped.
I think it was
and it's a drama. It's a drama of a real thing that actually happened. But anyway, Costa Gavras. God, we need directors who've got a bit of money behind them, like him nowadays. If anyone has not seen that film, please do. I'll put a link to it up on the show page.
I'll tell you who else has been training the Latin American torturers. It's the Israelis. And of course, Ralph Etienne, who was an ex-Mossad guy, it was his big idea to create the paramilitaries in Colombia, which then went on a rampage and killed thousands and thousands of people through torture. And it was Israelis who were the masterminds of that. So the actual fact, in Latin America, on the left, there's a real visceral hatred of the Israelis, not just for what they're doing to the Palestinians, but because of what they've done to us.
And what about this idea of the Monroe Doctrine? Isn't that like from the 1950s?
No, 1823.
God, it goes back that far, does it?
Yeah. Well,
doesn't it mean basically that America sees this as strategically important so they have to dominate South America all the time?
Well, that's right. They're being absolutely... I mean, but what they used to do in the time of the Alliance for Progress and Kennedy being the president and all this, they said we're going to work together with people in Latin America for our mutual benefit. They're giving up on the mutual benefit stuff now. It's just what's good for us. You are there to serve us. Yeah? We are the masters. We are white, Protestant Christians, and you are brown, and you are Catholics, and you are there to serve us. That's your role. And if you try and stand in the way, we will kill you.
Well, it's like the Irish will get this, won't they? So anyway, let's have a listen now to this guy's called Luke Moffett, speaking, I think this was on Sunday, on the BBC about what I call Maduro Day, which is the day that everyone suddenly found out, if they didn't already know, who the president of Venezuela was.
The question now many people are asking is what will happen next in Venezuela? We also are now clearly watching very closely those within the government that President Maduro has left behind. For example, the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who we heard from earlier, the Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello, and the Defence Minister as well. We know that all three have appeared either in terms of audio or on television to denounce what's happened and to try and restore some sort of calm to the country. Well, we can now cross live and speak to Professor Luke Moffat, who is an expert in international law at Queen's University, Belfast. It's so good to talk to you, Professor. Thanks so much for joining us. We heard from the Russian Foreign Ministry earlier on today, and they have said this: it's unacceptable infringement, the US actions, on the sovereignty of an independent state, respect for which constitutes a key principle of international law. Does the Russian Foreign Ministry have a point there?
Well, yes, when it's speaking about the United States, it may take its own advice when it came to Ukraine. But yes, this invasion of Venezuela is a clear violation of the UN Charter and international law.
So what does that mean? Explain to us how.
Well, all states are party to the UN Charter, which says that states can't go to war unless it's in self-defence or it's authorised by the UN Security Council. And neither of those circumstances exist when it comes to Venezuela today.
So what are the next steps then? If international law has been contravened, what can happen? What's the next move? Who is the next move going to be from? Or can the US basically do as it pleases?
Well, the US has done this before with Panama and Noriega in the 80s. So, Venezuela is not going to invade the United States to free Maduro. They could bring a case to the UN's top court, the International Court of Justice, but that would take years and it probably won't change the situation for Maduro. I think it's, for allies in the United States, it's deeply concerning because they might implicate them in crimes that may occur in Venezuela, such as war crimes or crimes against humanity. That this isn't just simply one day and one attack. This has been building up for a while, and there may be subsequent attacks in the coming days.
So what's your take now on the next moves from the US? Because we've heard, I think, from a senator from within the US quoting Marco Rubio saying that this is the end of the attacks on Venezuela. However, it's still unclear whether this is one of those missions where it's all over very quickly or where things might continue. I mean, that surely depends on what happens within Venezuela, right?
Yeah, we've seen it in the past, with Libya, where limited intervention caused massive civil war, and the Maduro regime was built up on, graft and corruption. So, if you're taking the centre pillar out of that government, and there might be infighting, there might be, widespread violence. So we just don't know what will happen next. I think in the United States, they'll likely put Maduro on trial, like they have with other Latin American leaders that they've implicated within drug trafficking. And the US courts won't have a problem with him being kidnapped and transferred into US jurisdiction in order to proceed with those trials.
They would have a problem, would they?
No, they won't. In the past, so with President Noriega of Panama, he was transferred to the US in 1989.
Actually, it was the 3rd of January 1990, I think. It was 36 years ago today.
Well, then there's maybe precedent the US is trying to follow. But I think that that the US courts won't have a problem with trying Maduro for crimes that the US is suggesting he's involved in.
Okay, well, Professor Luke Moffat, it's good to talk to you. Thanks for taking the time to speak to us.
Well, he takes a pretty dim view, but he's saying, well, actually, legally, this is kind of fine. It happened to Noriega in 1990, 1989, so they're just following procedures.
Well, he made 2 points. One is it is illegal in international law, and the second point is that the US courts are not within that legal framework. They are basically kangaroo courts set up by the dictator in power in Washington, and they haven't really got a legal... The legal defence is going to be quite strong, I think, but they'll have to ignore it. But they ignored it with Assange for years, didn't they? I mean, there was no case to answer there, but he ended up doing years and years and years in prison.
So
they can do these things.
If our leaders, so-called leaders, our empire and emperors can just break the law at will, why shouldn't we?
Well, that's obviously what a lot of people are saying. I mean, the obvious thing, the way that the Chinese could respond to this is they could move into Taiwan and take their leader. And what could the Americans say about that if they did that? And no doubt they've got special forces with helicopters as well. But of course, the US won't be able to say anything about that, and then the war could start. And in actual fact, a war right on the border of China the US Navy is going to be sunk.
It's interesting. So this is not just about Venezuela at all. It's a provocation.
It's a provocation. Yeah, a bit like the shooting of Franz Ferdinand by Gavril Princip.
What shall we do? The first thing we do in 2026 is let's just move everyone a little bit closer to World War III.
Well, we've disagreed about this before. I think World War III is a long war, and it started on 9/11. Lots of people are already dead. COVID was probably part of it.
Well, the fascist Vincenzo Vinciguerra would agree with you, but all I'm saying is a far more open warfare between Russia.
It could escalate.
It could escalate very, very fast into something which is going to be right outside your door if you've still got a door to be outside.
It's reckless stuff, and it's an insult to Britain's war dead in 2 world wars. That's what it is, Sakir, and we're going along with it. And of course, when the smoke and flames clear, the world's going to be a different place. Maybe whole states are going to disappear. That's what happened in World War II. There wasn't a state of Israel, and then there was.
Well,
maybe at the end of World War III there won't be.
Is there a state of Venezuela, or is it just the 51st or 52nd or 3rd state of America?
Well, I mean, Canada's going to be a state in the United States, apparently. Not that anybody in Canada wants that.
And Greenland too.
Yes. Doesn't matter what they want. It's what's good for us. That's what's the important thing. Yeah. We are the Romans.
Well, you're right. It is an insult to the war dead. It's appalling. But anyways, another lawyer here popped up on the BBC. I think she's brill.
The Russian Foreign Ministry said this: "We are extremely alarmed by reports that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were forcibly removed from the country in the course of today's US aggressive actions. We call for immediate clarification on the situation. Actions of this kind, if they did indeed occur, constitute an unacceptable infringement on the sovereignty of an independent state, respect for which constitutes a key principle of international law." With that in mind, let's speak to Professor Mary Ellen O'Connell, who is an expert on international law at Notre Dame Law School. Good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us on BBC News.
You're welcome.
Can I ask you, first of all, about what we've heard from not only the Russians, but also from Brazil, from various quarters, about what they describe as an affront to international law, what the US has done in Venezuela?
All of those statements are correct, and I'm sorry that there's any voices in the world who are reserving the opinion that this is not a serious violation of international law. It should not be a conservative versus liberal political matter. This is a straightforward violation of the most important principles of international law enshrined in the United Nations Charter. It is unlawful to use military force on the territory of another state in the circumstances in which President Trump has ordered it. It is equally unlawful to remove a person, any person, the president down to any individual, without due process of law, as has happened. The U.S. has obviously not learned the lessons of past invasions of this type in order to create regime change. That did not go well in 2003. Some people think that this is based on the successful use of force in 1989 in Panama. We can't say that that use of military force, in which hundreds of people died, was a success. Panama could have created its own peaceful regime change, as was the hope of most of us in the world would happen in Venezuela, that they would achieve democracy on their own, not through an unlawful, violent use of external force.
Yeah, she does a bit of a tour de force for about 10 minutes, but that's just the first answer to the question, and carries on as she started off extremely well, detailed. So that's Mary Ellen McConnell. So Professor Mary Ellen McConnell there, speaking about the legality or illegality or unlawfulness of the kidnap of President Maduro. But she's making it absolutely clear this is totally unlawful, but no one's actually going to do anything, are they?
Well, it's difficult to do things against criminals who are so powerful. Very powerful criminals often get away with what they do because they're too powerful for anybody to do anything about it. They're still criminals, and they should be treated as criminals, but in actual fact, you know, who's going to enforce the law against them? Now, at some point, at the end of a war, maybe Netanyahu is going to go to The Hague. Yeah? And all these things may happen.
If the war is allowed to end, which it won't be.
Well, the war will end possibly with us all dead, and then there won't be any court cases at all, will there?
What about the intelligence services and our intelligence service? Well, anyway, former MI6 chief John Sawers was on, I think, Sky News, or certainly on somewhere, I'm not quite sure where he was, talking about the implications of Trump's actions on Venezuela. MI6, might they have had a role, Martin? What do you think they'll have to say?
I think that the MI6 are very heavily involved in the Ukraine. They will be on side in Venezuela. They've probably been briefed about everything that's going on, but it's useful for the British to be able to say it's nothing to do with us, Governor.
That changes when it comes to... I remember I got an article... an article, I think it was on Tuesday this week, talking about the possible use... there are various special ops aircraft arrived in the UK. Let's just see what day that was. So that's the 5th. So that's what was day of the week, was the 5th. That is Monday, saying these special ops aircraft were arriving in Britain and maybe they were going to be used to seize a tanker. And then, of course, they were, which we'll be hearing about in a minute. But there's clearly a lot of cooperation between the Brits and the Americans on this sort of thing, like giving them permission to launch their tanker seizure operations from the UK. But anyway, Christopher Steele was... Do you remember him?
Yes, well, he's the one who had the Trump dossier, and he was also, he was behind that, and he was also Skripal's MI6
we will be hearing from him a bit later, talking about Ukraine. But here's Sawers talking about Venezuela.
Well, let's talk about the implications of Donald Trump's actions in Venezuela again. I can speak to the former head of the Secret Intelligence Service, MI6, Sir John Sawers. Morning, John.
Good morning, Trevor.
Can we just start with what I think in your business they sometimes call modalities or operations? You've obviously done many planning exercises for this kind of thing. How long do you think the Americans have been planning this?
Well, I've certainly never been involved in abducting a foreign leader onto national soil, so that is new territory.
That's what you say, John.
But the reality is that these operations do take many months of planning, and as you said earlier on your program, there was a CIA team on the ground for several months. They've obviously got sources inside Maduro's security detail. They've had a massive build-up of US military forces, including US special forces. So it was an operation months in the planning. And obviously there are question marks about legality and what comes next. But as a military operation, it was very effective.
Would you... I know you haven't been involved in this. Let's agree that. But do you think if you had been doing something like this, you would have been advised that this was of dubious legality or indeed illegal?
Well, in the UK, this would not have passed muster, and nor in countries of Europe, because the legal base that I think the Trump administration are relying upon is one of law enforcement rather than defence. You mentioned earlier in your talk with Richard Tice the Article 51 of the UN Charter. I don't think the UN Americans are relying on that at all. There's a meeting of the UN Security Council tomorrow on this issue, and we'll see what's said there. But what they're relying upon is US domestic law enforcement, and the use of military force to protect those carrying out the what they would see as a lawful arrest. Now, for us, that's a real stretch legally. I'm not a lawyer myself, but and I think not surprising that Keir Starmer and his government have distanced themselves from this operation without actually making any criticism of it, because it wouldn't have passed muster here in the UK. But Americans are a law unto themselves, and in some ways this was an assertion of American power, raw American power, and a message to others, especially in the Western Hemisphere, who might want to stand up against American power.
So I'll put the full version of that up on our show page at thisweek.org.uk. It's interesting hearing it from the horse's mouth, from the very, very secret, although not quite so secret these days, MI6.
Well, yes. I mean, I think that this is quite embarrassing for the British government because they want to be seen to be playing by the rules even when they're not. Do they really
care? I mean, they're not playing by the rules in Ukraine, are they?
No, they're not. But of course they want to be seen to be playing by the rules, even if they're not, whereas the Americans don't care.
Let's just understand why it is that we keep seeing these intelligence people. We're going to be hearing another MI6 guy later, Christopher Steele, talking about Ukraine. Well, they keep popping up on television. Maybe because they actually have a very, very close relationship with TV these days.
Well, that's right. If you think about it, psychological warfare is just public relations. A lot of it is about spin.
Over the years, they've been leveraging real journalists out and their PR people in to these mainstream media jobs, such as foreign editor jobs.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I mean, the intelligence services in the West have always been infiltrating the mainstream media to steer it in the directions they want it to go in. And some of it's overt, like D-notices and so on, some of it's covert. But it's all, it's all of a piece. And of course, with the internet now, people can get alternative views, but most people haven't got the time or the inclination, and they end up just being fed a load of drivel.
And I thought that was quite revealing, that you've got Trevor Phillips there, very chummy, cracking a few jokes. Oh, of course, you wouldn't have anything to do with this, would you, John? Ha ha ha.
Well, they probably, I would imagine some MI6 people probably did know what was going on, but they're not going to say so. Don't forget, the main job of spies is lying. That's the main job description, telling fibs.
And he says, we would never do anything like this.
Well, he can say that, and you can believe him if you like.
I think what they're trying to say is, Europe works completely differently. I don't think it does.
Well,
at all.
It's
an opportunity for them to cover their own backside.
Yes, and of course, and it allows them to sort of, plausible deniability. We are, in fact, involved in all of these things. I mean, the British Army is embedded with the Saudi Army, for example, involved in trying to overthrow the al-Nusra in Yemen. Yeah,
we'll be hearing about that in a bit.
Yeah, but I'm just going to say...
He mentioned there this UN Security Council meeting, which was, I thought, fascinating, in that they had two people speaking to the meeting remotely. One was Jeffrey Sachs, and another was a lady who's part of Transparency International in Venezuela, talking about how corrupt Venezuela was, which is bizarre, because I think Transparency International used to be quite a good organisation. They're now completely the opposite. Anyway, her line was working really badly. But what I'll do is I'll put some links up on our show page to some of the more interesting presentations. It was fascinating to see that the Pakistani presentation was extremely bland, as I suppose you'd expect, now that Imran Khan has been removed from power by the Americans in Pakistan. And there were all sorts of other ones, like the Cubans, for example, so I'll put a selection of those. But I thought the most interesting one to listen to was actually Jeffrey Sachs giving his presentation to the UN remotely.
In the past month, President Trump has issued direct threats against 6 UN member states, including Colombia, Denmark, Iran, Mexico, Nigeria, and of course, Venezuela. Members of the Council are not called upon to judge Nicolas Maduro. They are not called upon to assess whether the recent U.S. attack and ongoing naval quarantine results in freedom or in subjugation. Members of the Council are called upon to defend international law, and specifically the UN Charter. The realist school of international relations, articulated most brilliantly by John Mearsheimer, accurately describes the condition of international anarchy as the tragedy of great power politics. Realism is therefore a description, not a solution for peace. Its own conclusion is that anarchy leads to tragedy. In the aftermath of World War I, the League of Nations was created to end the tragedy through the application of international law. Yet the world's leading nations failed to defend international law in the 1930s, leading to renewed global war. The United Nations emerged from that catastrophe as humanity's second great effort to place international law above international anarchy. In the words of the Charter, the UN was created, quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. Given that we are in the nuclear age, failure cannot be repeated. Humanity would perish. There would be no third chance. To fulfill its responsibilities under the Charter, the Security Council should immediately affirm the following actions. The United States shall immediately cease and desist from all explicit and implicit threats or use of force against Venezuela. The United States shall terminate its naval quarantine and all related coercive military measures undertaken in the absence of authorization by the UN Security Council. The United States shall immediately withdraw its military forces from within and along the perimeter of Venezuela, including intelligence, naval, air, and other forward deployed assets positioned for coercive purposes. Venezuela shall adhere to the UN Charter and to the human rights protected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Secretary General, I recommend, should immediately appoint a special envoy mandated to engage relevant Venezuelan and international stakeholders and to report back to the Security Council within 14 days with recommendations consistent with the Charter, and the Security Council should remain urgently seized of this matter. All member states should refrain from unilateral threats, coercive measures, or armed actions undertaken outside the authority of the UN Security Council. In closing, Mr. President and distinguished members of the Council, peace and the survival of humanity depend on whether the United Nations Charter remains a living instrument of international law or is allowed to wither into irrelevance. That is the choice before this Council today. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Sachs for his briefings.
So, yes, Jeffrey Sachs there speaking to the UN Security Council. The UN Charter, Martin, he's saying this is really, if this is allowed to crumble, that's it for humanity.
Well, he's quite right what he's saying. If the international law breaks down, as when Mussolini invaded Abyssinia and nothing was done, international law was broken there, and it led directly to World War II. This could lead directly to World War III, although we already started. We're disagreeing about terms there. It's a very important turning point. It's a deliberate flouting of international law by the Americans. They've done it quite deliberately because they want to smash international law, a bit like Hitler and Mussolini.
So like I say, I'll put the full version of that UN Security Council discussion, which was fantastic. I thought really interesting to see who's on which side. The United States was pretty much alone, actually, in trying to really justify what was going on under international law. But, of course, they've got a veto.
Well, that's right. That's the main problem with the UN, is that it was set up at the end of World War II, and the victorious powers, including the US, have a veto. And so do the Chinese, of course, so do the Russians. And, so it's actually difficult to get anything agreed because the two main power blocks are actually at each other's throats. So, you're not going to get a consensus very easily.
No, you're not. So anyway, let's move on to look at the seizure of this tanker. What do you make of that? The idea is that this tanker was actually empty with no oil in it. A US Coast Guard vessel, a military ship, had chased it across the Atlantic, and then in between Scotland and Iceland, the US helicopters and US forces boarded the ship and took it over, this tanker, heading for Russia. And it changed its official name halfway across the Atlantic.
But it also changed the flag that it was being operated under. So it got a Russian flag. It was a Russian flag tanker by the time it was attacked, but it wasn't a Russian flag tanker before. I can't remember what the tanker was previously. I mean, the US Coast Guard have no legal jurisdiction in the North Atlantic. In US coastal waters they do, but they don't have any legal jurisdiction there at all.
So the crew could have quite lawfully or whatever, they could have fought back.
They could, yeah. They would have been right in international law.
They could have launched, for example, a surface-to-air missile and brought down the helicopter.
Yes, and they would have. If it came to an independent court, they would have been justified.
Maybe we'll see these little surface-to-air missiles being installed on these tankers.
Well, I mean, what may happen is we're going to have a war at sea all over the world.
Apparently, it's quite a rust. I mean, I've seen pictures of it. It is a rusty old thing.
It's a rust bucket, yes.
But anyway, I think it's worth a few bob to somebody.
Well, no. It's what it is doing is pushing the boat out, literally, on what we think we can get away with. And the British should have said, well, you can do this if you like, but we're not going to get involved. That's what should have happened. I'm quite certain that previous British governments were just, well, you can do that if you like, but we're not going to be involved. But we were involved. And that's because we don't decide the policy in this country.
I do wonder whether the Americans were thinking that they wanted to board it, but they were fiddling around with the other stuff going on in Venezuela, and by which time this tanker had got far enough away from the US so they couldn't launch a helicopter from the States to get there, or they didn't have a ship near enough to launch an attack on this tanker. And so they've gone to Starmer. You don't mind, of course you
no,
can.
I think it's even more sinister than that. I think this is a deliberate ploy to get Britain dirtied up. Yeah, so we are now implicated in the US's illegal behaviour, and Keir Starmer signed off on it. So he is definitely an international criminal.
Let's bring in our defence and security analyst now, Michael Clark. Michael, really good to see you. How and why did British Armed Forces get involved in this operation?
Well, the why is fairly clear. I mean, obviously, it's a British-American operation. There's good political reasons for doing that. But even if the Americans were not involved, there was a good reason for Britain to be involved, because this was in our neighbourhood. This was in an area between Scotland and Iceland, the Greenland-Iceland-UK gap, and that is our responsibility in terms of European defence. And so if any ship needed to be intercepted, then we ought to be involved in that, because it's, in a sense, it's not our territorial waters, but it's part of the North Atlantic for which we take responsibility. So it was partly our job to be involved.
And Michael, it's interesting, Rob Powell pointed out there that John Healey didn't mention Venezuela once. This was very much framed as Russia and European security. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the ghost ships. Undoubtedly, that is true. We know that this ship, when it was the Bella 1, we all knew it was a ghost ship. It was being tracked as a ghost ship. And these ghost ships go between various countries. In this case, it was from Iran to Venezuela and then to Russia. And we don't know when it was, where it was taking oil, or we don't know whether there's an oil shipment on it now, or whether it's empty, or it was taking some other cargo. But we know that this is one of the ghost ships. And some of us have been saying for a long time that the Western alliance ought to take a much more robust attitude towards these ghost ships. Because whereas the Russians say, and they are saying tonight, this ship was intercepted on the high seas and that's illegal, well, they can make that case. But the rules of the sea are that every ship is entitled to innocent passage. So if that ship was not innocent, and that's what the Americans will now have to show, if that ship was not innocent, then it was liable to be intercepted. And also, if it changes its flags mid-voyage, that too, I think as Rob was saying, makes it stateless and therefore makes it illegal. It's not entitled to innocent free passage. So on at least two grounds, there were good legal reasons to intercept the ship. Now, the Russians can argue whatever they want to argue. The Americans will come back with arguments that it wasn't innocent passage and it shouldn't have changed its flag. So there's a legal argument to be had, but the political issue is that the Western allies, in this case United States and Britain and other NATO allies who were also involved in shadowing this ship over a couple of months, are taking a more robust attitude to these ghost fleet tankers. And there are anything between 400 of them and 1,400 of them at any one time, setting out. Sometimes they're legal and then they go illegal, then they go legal again, then they go illegal. And so at any given moment, there are several hundred of these things at sea, all of them breaking sanctions of one sort or another.
So that's the expert, so-called, Michael Clark. I think we ought to say something about his background. Unlike some of the Sky reporters, he doesn't appear to be an ex-military officer, but he was the Director General of the Royal United Services Institute between 2007 and 2015. As well as head of the School of Social Science and Public Policy at King's College London, where he was a Professor of Defence Studies. So, by being a Director General of RUSI, I mean, this is an organisation which represents the military industries.
It does, and of course the whole thing of what he's arguing there is that the sanctions are, if they're breaking sanctions, then they are illegal. But the sanctions are illegal because they haven't been put on by the UN Security Council. All of our sanctions on Russia are in international law terms illegal because the Security Council has not agreed them. The Russians haven't agreed on sanctions on themselves. Now, what this does, it opens up British ships all over the world to counter-manoeuvres.
I mean, isn't this a British reaction, actually, an American reaction to the sort of thing that's been going on in the Red Sea? Attacks on ships in the Red Sea.
Yeah, but Al-Nasrallah are the legitimate government of Yemen, as far as I'm concerned, and they declared war and said, we're going to sink your ships if you come here. That's actually legal in international law. Seizing random ships like this isn't. And of course, what could happen in the Baltic is that if they try and stop ships, Russian ships going in and out of the Baltic to St. Petersburg, and that's some fools are pushing for that, well, the Russians will say that's an act of war, and we're now going to start sinking your ships. And of course, with the Oreshnik missiles and all the things they've got, the Royal Navy could be complete within half a day. The whole Royal Navy could be sunk by the Russians.
This tanker, whatever name you want to use for it, Marinara or Bella 1, as it changed its name, it was actually escorted by Russian naval ships. So why didn't they do anything?
Well, I believe there was a Russian submarine somewhere in the vicinity, but again, we're speculating. We don't know. They could have sunk the US ships, and then Britain and US would be at war with Russia. The Russians quite wisely decided they're not going to do that. It's up to them. But when they do it, they won't give a warning. And as I said, the whole Royal Navy could be sunk in half a day by Russian hypersonic missiles, and we haven't got anything to fire back.
So the Russians are a bit silly sending their naval ships, whether it's a submarine or anything else, along with a tanker, if they're not actually going to intervene to look after it.
Well, I'm not going to second-guess General Gerasimov, Tony. I think he's going to make the decision with Putin, not me, not you.
Since then, it's sailed under multiple flags and different names. Yanis in 2022, Charles Zuzan in 2021, Seaways Mulan in 2020, Overseas Mulan in 2017, and Mtov in 20... I think they should just... You've got to keep the same name. It's a bit like pubs. Why change the name?
Well, it's because this is obviously, the job involves going around. It's a tramp steamer, if you like, isn't it? That's what it is. And
chemicals and oil it transports, yes, but nothing in it at the moment.
Well, that's right.
Apart from a crew.
That's right. But the crew are all going to be put on trial, apparently, for breaking sanctions which are illegal. But the crew is actually mostly Ukrainian. So the obvious thing that the British could do, and the Americans could do, is to send them back to Ukraine and send them to the front.
Am I right in thinking the captain is Russian, I think?
There's 2 Russians on there, but most of them are Ukrainians, Georgians, and most ships are multinational crews these days. You don't get ships with just one lot, especially low-level ships like this. They've got whoever they can get.
And what do you think? Where will this ship be taken now, do you think?
Well, I presume it's going to be taken back to the US, and I don't know. I mean, it's relatively minor. Yeah,
it's quite a big ship.
Yes, I know.
You could probably land a light aircraft on there.
Right. Yes. Okay.
I mean, okay. If the deck was cleared.
In terms of what's been, it's a provocation. It's undoubtedly a provocation, and the Russians could decide that they're going to respond to being provoked. They've condemned it.
What are these people going to do that raided that ship and took it over next? Because there are 2 oil tankers under US sanctions are sailing through the channel right now.
Well, if we start attacking all of the Russian ships, or the ghost ships, as the guy was saying, taking Russian oil all over the world to sell it to people who want to buy it, the West could decide that they're going to sink those ships, take the people off them, whatever. But if you do that, you are at war with Russia, and then the Royal Navy could possibly be forfeit in half a day. When the Russians do decide to go to war with Britain, they won't muck around. They will sink the Royal Navy straight off.
Well, Al Jazeera is reporting that the United States has just intercepted a 5th sanctioned oil tanker today in the Caribbean. This time, not in the Channel. The vessel, the Olina, O-L-I-N-A, was boarded in a pre-dawn operation this morning by US Marines and Navy forces. And there are some suggesting that, never mind trying to use the B-1 bombs to bomb Iran, actually the way to actually put pressure on the Iranians is, I'm not just talking about the Iranians, obviously Venezuela too, is to just seize their tankers. They're basically low-hanging fruit, these things.
They are, but then so are the Saudi oil fields on the other side of the Persian Gulf. And if they start doing that, I've just mentioned the Royal Navy could be sunk, but secondly, of course, the Iranians could just blow up the whole Saudi UAE oil infrastructure, push the oil price up through the roof, and then we really will have a cost of living crisis, won't we?
Well, maybe that's what. Elon Musk would like that, but Tesla will start selling more cars, won't they?
Well, what may also happen is all the Starlink satellites might be shot down in the first few hours of a world war.
Okay, what do you think the petrol price is going to do this weekend if these tankers they're seizing more and more of them? Maybe even if they board the Americans that are now based here in Britain have just done this tanker seizure off the coast of Scotland, decide they're going to go for the tankers in the Channel too.
Well, as I said to you, the oil price at the moment is relatively low. I believe it's around $50 a barrel. So at the moment, there isn't really much incentive for what's actually happening. David Stockman's article about this is really good.
It's like blowing up a pipeline in a way, isn't it? The idea that a tanker's going between one country and another, they're not allowed to do that.
Yes. And there was a battle of the Atlantic, if you remember, where tankers and all sorts went backwards and forwards across the Atlantic, and the U-boats tried to sink them, and Johnny Walker, who's the head of the Royal Navy's anti-submarine warfare stuff, tried to sink the U-boats. If we get into that, it won't be like World War II. The Russians could actually fire a missile from Siberia to the Caribbean, and they could sink that aircraft carrier. Yeah. They could sink it, the Gerald Ford.
But those two tankers...
They won't, but they could.
If they are seized, those two tankers chugging through the Channel, the Russian ones, they, I suppose, could think themselves lucky and glad that they haven't been hit by a missile and are now sitting there burning and sinking.
Yes, and if we do that to Russian tankers, the Russians will then start doing it to our tankers, or the Iranians will do it to our tankers. Don't forget, if you're a sea-based power like Britain or the United States, you're the one who's going to lose out if you have a war at sea. The Russians and the Chinese are land-based powers. They've got missiles which can go anywhere in the world. So they can actually fire missiles from Siberia and sink aircraft carriers in the Caribbean. It would take maybe 10 minutes for their missile to hit it. And the thing is, the Americans and the British can't fire back because they haven't got anything to fire back with. So if it does come to a world war in 2026, it could be over very, very fast, and the West could lose everything. Now, if you pay for keeps, you can lose for keeps. If you bet the farm, you can lose the farm.
Yep, well, maybe that's what they want. Maybe they're edging us towards this kind of conflict.
That's what they're trying to do.
Isn't it a kind of move fast and break things philosophy that it seems to me as if they're trying to accelerate, funnily enough, the changes and the mania in 2026?
Right. This is deliberately designed to freak everybody out. That's the whole point of it.
Anyway, so to try and build a calm, sensible summary to all this discussion about the implications of oil, Venezuela, etc., I thought I'd have a chat this week to Oliver Tickell, who's the former editor of the Ecologist magazine, and Oliver was sort of elbowed out sideways, basically, when he started to question a lot of the wisdom of the net zero and other energy policies that were coming along a few years ago. Oliver's attitude, I think, is very... I mean, he tries to take a very independent-minded look at energy, at which techniques are best. He's extremely outspoken against things like the government subsidy of biofuels being used, and that is basically forests being turned into little pellets and fed into Drax power station. But Oliver had this to say about the way he thinks that what's been going on in Venezuela fits into international energy policy.
Venezuela has enormous energy resources, and I think it's no coincidence that most of the countries that America has attacked recently are very rich in energy. So that is clearly a component, and frankly, President Trump was very open about it. He said, they were going to take the oil, and made no secret that that's what they were there for, and that he wanted to get that oil flowing. And that may start happening very soon.
So what do you think the role is that it's playing nowadays in geopolitics, energy?
One thing that America has been trying to do has been to essentially corner global energy markets. so that it can reap the profits from them. And one example of this is the blowing up of the Nord Stream pipeline. Well, to go back a stage, you can say the engineering of the disruption of normal trade arrangements between Russia and the European Union, in which Europe was very happily buying large amounts of American gas and oil, but pipeline gas in particular. And they were buying this oil and gas at a low cost. And the European economies were doing well on the back of it. And the fact that we were paying a low price for Russian gas kept European industries competitive. It kept prices relatively low. We didn't realize then that energy prices were low, but we would realize it now because our costs have gone up by 2 or 3 times. And German industry has become uncompetitive, deprived of Russian gas. And of course, this deliberate disruption of Russian-European relations through the Ukraine war, which I would argue is a proxy war of the United States against Russia, designed specifically to rupture the good relations that pertained between Europe and Russia. That has been massively detrimental to Europe, somewhat detrimental to Russia, and enormously beneficial to the United States, which has now largely replaced Russia as the main supplier of gas. And we are paying 4 times more for the American gas as we were for the Russian gas. And all of us and our businesses and our quality of life and standard of living, all of these have suffered across Europe as a result.
I mean, surely there should have been some sort of pushback from our elected politicians against this. I mean, they know that this is destroying their industries.
They were only too keen to do it. To me, it was inexplicable. All right, so this war broke out. All right, so we decided to take the American side rather than the Russian side. I mean, maybe that's no great surprise. But there doesn't seem to have been any examination when we decided to boycott Russian energy of what this actually would mean in terms of costs and the economic impact on industries and on individuals and families. It didn't even seem to come into it. The decision to stop buying Russian gas, which was also sort of forced upon us through the blowing up of the Nord Stream pipeline. The fact that this would come with enormous costs didn't seem to be even considered by politicians. They just jumped straight into that decision with no discussion, no public consultation or approval. And we've been living with the consequences ever since.
So this is, I think, excellent sort of understanding of how what's been going on in Venezuela links directly with what's been happening in Europe, in Ukraine.
Yes, I think I agree with all of that. I just add one further caveat to it, which is that the Americans don't necessarily want the oil in Venezuela. They just don't want anybody else to have it. Think China. Yeah. So that what they're trying to do, when he's saying they're trying to corner the oil market, they don't necessarily, as far as they're concerned, the oil can stay in the ground as long as nobody else gets to use it.
Well, that's hence the tanker stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so the full version of that is about half an hour or so with Oliver. He talks about all sorts of other things, including his views on the so-called solutions. Well, they're not solutions really, are they? To the climate change and the differences in climate. He explains a little bit about that too, as well as much more. Always interesting chat I find, to analyse geopolitics. He took The Ecologist magazine off in a direction which was much less to do with just green issues, you might say. And I think it's great to see, because we've seen a complete and utter hijacking, it seems to me, and astroturfing of the environmental and green movement. I mean, just one example, which I'll give you before the break, is this whole business of abstraction by these privatised water companies. I mean, this is another thing, Martin, isn't it? Before we hear the clip, these private water companies are now really taking the mickey. Thames Water particularly, it's being refinanced. The people who live in the Thames Water area are, rather than being nationalised, are now looking at something like a 30% increase in their bills. And this is apparently the Starmer solution.
Well, Richard Murphy's got a video out at the moment. He's a sort of economics commentator, and he was pointing out that the cost of living crisis has been developing for decades, because what it is, it's extraction of resources from poor people buying water in the Thames Valley, and it's put in the pocket of billionaires who own the company.
So why aren't the Greens screaming about this?
They are. I mean, the Greens...
They're not.
The Greens have said they want to renationalise Thames Water. Keir Starmer hasn't, but Zach Polanski has said they would. But of course they're not in power, so it's just talk.
And also, the Greens are not talking about the massive abstraction of water from aquifers. So if you're talking about the pure water that comes out of your tap, there are various ways to get it. It's very expensive, and it's very slow to filter water, rainwater, etc., to make it good enough and pure enough to drink. It's a bit laborious for these poor old privatised, private equity-owned companies, the private companies that Thatcher privatised and Major privatised. I think, was it actually Thatcher? Maybe it was John Major that privatised it. I'm not quite sure. Not 1990, roughly. All these lovely water boards, which used to be completely open, etc. Now it's this kind of secret world. And the reason I got into this is we were back in the autumn down in Ashton Keynes, just near the source of the Thames. And after quite a lot of water had been, a lot of rain, you're still looking at a Thames as it runs through Ashton Keynes, which is completely dry. And the reason for this is because there is a Thames water borehole, which is about 10 boreholes actually, there, which is taking water directly from the aquifers. So as the ground is filtering the water, Thames Water are extracting it. And of course, this is way, way, way cheaper than any kind of filtration of the water which they would normally do. So they're just doing it for the shareholders, but it's having a horrific effect on our rivers. And I hear absolutely nothing from the Greens. A bit like the Greens should be bemoaning the switch over from fibre broadband, etc., and that sort of way of distributing the internet to Wi-Fi. But no, you don't hear anything from the Greens. So you've got this kind of fake greenery. But let's have a listen now to this report before we have a break from ITV West Country.
With the recent rain we've been having, you might expect this river in the Cotswolds to be flowing nicely, but whole stretches of Ampney Brook are as dry as a bone.
I can't believe that when I asked you to come here and have a look at that, I thought we were way too late and the river would be recovering. But
no,
it's even worse.
It's
dry now.
Despite all the recent rain, it's still dry.
David Ranger and Ashley Smith have long been campaigning to try to prevent so much water being abstracted from the ground, which they say is drying up the springs which feed rivers like this. And it's made worse, they claim, by water companies discharging sewage overflows.
The excuse normally is, well, don't worry about it, it's into flooded rivers that can cope with that. First of all, we know that's nonsense, but this year, in particular, so many rivers are low, they're just struggling to have enough flow to maintain their ecosystem, and they're going to get a massive dose of untreated sewage.
Earlier this summer, we saw how the drought was affecting a stretch of the Ampney Brook upstream, with the Environment Agency rescuing fish and relocating them.
What needed to be done, Ken, is that they built reservoirs to store water. They were warned 30, 40 years ago that this continual abstraction would lead to the eventual drying out of the Cotswold rivers, and here's an example of one of the best of them, dry as a bone.
Yeah, first of all, we're standing in the middle of an environmental catastrophe where the environment for the life here is gone. It's been dried up. But if you add to the low flows that are in many rivers now, untreated sewage, the damage is going to be immensely worse.
Thames Water says it's targeting a record £9.5 billion of investment over the next 5 years to increase water treatment capacity and lower the number of storm discharges into rivers. It adds, after the hottest summer on record, reservoir levels are still below average. Rivers and groundwater levels in the west of our region are still under significant pressure. And if any evidence of that pressure were needed, surely this is it. Ken Goodwin, ITV News, Anthony Brook.
Well, thanks very much, Ken. That's Anthony Brook, but what I was looking at was the Ashton Keynes, the Thames is exactly the same sort of situation there, and the Environment Agency seemed to me to be right in the centre of all of this. They were absolutely useless, of course, if anyone remembers the flooding of the Somerset levels, where Environment Agency were responsible for all the sluice gates, which were letting water out of the levels into the Bristol Channel. And those sluice gates, certainly the ones that I saw and filmed and photographed, were not open. So they were holding the water back. Good old Environment Agency. And in this case, we're hearing about the fish being fished out by the Environment Agency, but they refuse. And I've tried this with freedom of information requests actually over the last couple of months to find out how much water is now being abstracted from these boreholes in Ashton Keynes, right near the source of the Thames. And the Environment Agency say, we can't tell you. We can't tell you. So what use is the Environment Agency? Well, of course, they're just there covering for the shareholders of Thames Water. Is there any possibility that some of this infrastructure in Britain, like Maduro in Venezuela has been doing, can be brought back into public hands, Martin?
It will have to be eventually, but of course the damage is enormous. Absolutely enormous, both ecologically and economically. If you do stupid things for 40 or 50 years, it takes a long time to sort it out.
Gee, but it's great to be back home. Home is where I wanna be. I've been on the road so long, my friend, and if you came along, I know you couldn't disagree. It's the same old story, yeah. Everywhere I go, I get slandered, libeled. I hear words I never heard in the Bible, and I'm one step ahead of the shoe shine, 2 steps away from the county line, just trying to keep my customers satisfied. Deputy Sheriff said to me, tell me what you come here for, boy. You better get your bags and flee. You're in trouble, boy, and now you're heading into war. It's the same old story. Everywhere I go, I get slandered, libeled. I hear words I never heard in the Bible, and I'm one step ahead of the shoe shine, 2 steps away from the county line, just trying to keep my customers satisfied.
So that's Simon and Garfunkel from Bridge Over Troubled Water from 1970 with Keep the Customer Satisfied, which of course it's the sort of old school idea, isn't it, that the customer is king. Seems to be a bit out of fashion nowadays. Before that we had a fascinating little band called High Contrast. And the song there is Twilight's Last Gleaming. It was a theme tune of the show when we were first on BCFM that used to come, was it just before or after us, Martin? Can you remember?
Before, I think.
Just before us, from Cyrus the Virus, Patrick Cyrus, hope he's doing all right still, ex-British soldier, and he did I thought was a brilliant world news roundup, but then he got booted off BCFM because he wasn't towing the line on things like trans issues and things like that. He was a Muslim. And before that Twilight's Last Gleaming from High Contrast, we heard a hymn, didn't we? Lord and Father of Mankind by, I think it's Repton, whatever Repton is. So welcome back to not the BCFM Politics Show, or the Bristol Politics Show as it's now becoming, with Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers and me, Tony Gosling. I think we'll start part 2, Martin, with this horrific thing in Minneapolis. I mean, we could talk about the UK, but we won't, because it was made particularly worse by the fact that the US administration has cut off its cooperation with Minneapolis and Minnesota, and it's also completely lying about what actually happened, and the FBI apparently is now refusing to cooperate.
Well, I mean, people will have seen the video. If they haven't seen the video, then you should watch it. It's only short, and you can make up your own mind whether the guy's acting reasonably or not. In this country, of course, we don't have generally armed police, and these people aren't even police officers. They're not trained police officers. They've been recruited to this new organisation.
Have you seen the footage?
I have, yeah.
So what do you think happened? I mean, most of the world has seen it.
Yes. Well, what happened is that the car's parked up. They're basically stopping cars.
It's in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
Across the road. What she's doing is she's waving these ICE cars past. She actually lives right there. I mean, that's where she lives. And for some reason, one of these ICE vehicles, the officers inside it decide to get out and try and take the car off of her. They want her to open the doors, give her the keys, this sort of thing. And she's saying, no, why should I, of course? And at which point she reverses slightly because she realises if she goes forwards, there's a guy just to her left that she might hit. So she reverses so that she can't hit him, turns the wheels right, then starts to move off, and he actually shoots her pretty much at point-blank range in the head through the windscreen.
Well, that's right. Now, you could argue, and I've seen it argued on the internet the last day or so, that if you were... I'm back to Steve.
Bless you.
Yeah, gesundheit. He's supposedly a law officer. There's a big question about that because, of course, they've not been invited into Minneapolis at all. The local police aren't involved. They're definitely out-of-town people. And of course, the mayor of Minneapolis and the governor of the state, they don't want them there. And a lot of the local people like her don't want them there either. Anyway, he basically says, get out of the car. I want to, I'm going to talk to her or whatever. And she doesn't get out. She decides to drive away. Now, maybe that was an unwise decision by her, but I cannot see in any way, shape or form that empowers you to shoot her in the head. It just doesn't.
Well, these guys aren't even apparently empowered to arrest people like that anyway. They're there to investigate illegal migrants. And she clearly was not an illegal migrant.
Well,
she was actually cooperating with
she was
police.
Yeah, but she didn't get out of the car when he told her to get out of the car, and she started to drive away. Now, he shouldn't have shot her. He should. That is basically premeditated. It was minimal manslaughter and possibly murder. You can't do that. If it was happened in Britain,
can we say something about Minneapolis as well? Because it's a very kind of lefty place, isn't it? The idea of putting the biggest concentration of these ICE officers from federal government into Minneapolis is, in a way, a provocation in itself.
It is. Minneapolis in the 1950s is where Michael Hudson was brought up, used to have a Trotskyist administration. So it's probably one of the most left-wing parts, and so far as, there are such places in the US, it's the most left-wing part of the US. Big Somali community there, for example.
OK, well, let's have a listen now to some of the news reporting and news coverage. But before that, there's I thought, excellent report done, I think, by Sky. They do tend to do this sort of thing rather well. On what actually happened on the ground.
Renee is seen waving cars past, her window down. The 37-year-old mother of three had moved to Minneapolis from Colorado Springs just last year. The camera then pans around to two ICE agents who get out of their car and approach Renee's car. One tries to open the driver's side door. The other follows. We then see the initial ICE agent we saw come to the front near side of the car and draw his gun. Just after 9:30 a.m., Minneapolis police officers responded to the reports of shots fired and found a woman with life-threatening gunshot wounds. Renee's car comes to a halt on the other side of the road after crashing into cars. The ICE agent shows no sign of being injured.
Can I go check a pulse? No! Back up! Now! I'm a physician!
Hey, listen, we understand. We got a video filmed directly across from the passenger door shows Renee slumped at the wheel. A doctor asks agents for permission to go to her.
How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor!
The sound of 3 gunshots is heard in video footage, and we can see one bullet hole in the windscreen of Renee's car. CPR is performed. Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that it was in self-defense and that an agent was run over. This video Trump shared appears to show someone close to the front left of the car. But from another angle, you can see Renee was reversing, the wheels locked to turn right, and the ICE agent wasn't hit by the vehicle as it starts to drive off. The 2 different angles we've seen put the US president's accounts into question. In the early hours of Thursday morning, crowds gathered to protest outside an immigration court, holding signs and confronting officers at the scene. Alex Rossi, Sky News.
Indeed, it was Sky. Excellent little and the video footage is really crucial in all of this, because there's several people filming this as it was happening, these activists surrounding the ICE people. Now, this is, I think, a sure sign that they're not wanted round there. You've got a whole load of people who are prepared to give up their free time to just surround these ICE activists, to track them around the city and to film what they're doing, because they know they're up to no good.
Well, that's right. And of course, Trump waded in there. He wasn't on the ground. He doesn't know anything about it. He's already decided he knows what happens, even though he's hundreds of miles away.
Well, it's also important to say that Glenn Greenwald and others have identified this ICE officer as Jonathan Ross, the cold-blooded ICE agent who shot to death Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis 3 times. I think three shots to the head. And the idea that actually what was happening was ICE itself and the authorities in Washington, etc., were trying to hide this guy's name. I mean, the idea is, it's a little bit like, say, the Southport thing, where the authorities say, well, we don't want to say anything about this person. Actually, what's happened is the locals know who he is. Other ICE officers or other police officers may have just dobbed the name into people like Greenwald, or somebody is saying, well, we know who he is, and we think that actually his name should be out there. So they've done that.
Yeah, I mean, what ought to happen? He should be taken into custody and probably charged on minimum manslaughter and possibly murder.
Immediately, it seems.
Yeah.
And the lies that have been used to cover it are really transparent this time. This idea that he drove into her is just simply not true. You can see quite clearly his feet are to the side of the car as the front wheel is pointing right, and she starts to move off. It doesn't hit him. He was, it seems, trying to put himself in the way, but then he realised she was about to drive off, so he moved out of the way. So they're just lying. And this guy, it seems to me, it's pretty obvious, is a murderer. Now, this seems to also suggest to me that someone is saying to these ICE officials, if you decide you need to use lethal force, we'll look after you. We'll make sure that you're not prosecuted, etc.
Well, that's right. And don't forget, these are not regular police officers. ICE has only just been created. You know, it's been created last year or whatever. They've recruited thousands and thousands of people. Are they trained to use lethal weaponry?
Well, some saying that he's been trained by the Israelis, this guy.
Ah, well, so shoot first and ask questions later, eh?
Could be. The other thing, of course, is we had the killing of George Floyd, the black guy who was killed in Minnesota a few years ago, just down the road from here, apparently.
Yeah, well, of course, Chauvin, who was the police officer there, was using a technique from Krav Maga, which is Israeli martial art, where you use your knee to lean on somebody's neck.
That's right, yeah.
And of course, that's what killed George Floyd. And of course, that's not actually a British police officers were doing that. They would be, that's not the way you're supposed to tell people.
Apparently, the guidance in situations like that in the US is to shoot the tyres of the car.
Well, that's an obvious thing.
Not the head of the driver.
That's an obvious point to make. If she's driving away and you don't want her to drive away, shoot the tyres out. Why shoot her in the head? What's the consequence of shooting somebody in the head? They're going to die, aren't they?
The idea, as I said, provocation, sending ICE into there. Is the idea to sort of try and start a race war in the United States? The idea that these migrants, well, there may be issues to do with there being too many migrants and they're being brought in by criminal gangs, etc. But the idea is to sort of fuel a backlash by white people against them.
What the danger is the strategia di tensione in Italy in the 1970s and 1980s is a lot of things are there deliberate provocations. Yeah. So there is, if you wanted to tighten up immigration law, there is actually legitimate ways to go about that. But having a whole new organisation with a whole new set of powers, untrained and also armed.
Yeah.
Yeah, why do you need to be armed to capture...
Well, because those migrants, they might have guns.
Well, everybody in the US has got guns. I tell you what, if the lady in the car had a gun, she'd perhaps shoot him in the head.
Well, I don't think she would.
Well,
she wasn't that type, actually.
She turns out she's a published poet and artist.
Yeah, and mum. And lived right there.
Yeah.
Next door. She wasn't an activist. She was just in the road letting them past.
Yeah.
Anyway, fascinating, mad, and awful story. But the unspoken aspect of this, Martin, let me go back to this idea of a race war. It seems to me that there's an attempt to use migration to create massive civil unrest, which this could do in Minneapolis, couldn't it?
Yes, what Trump is doing is he's sending the ICE people into the Democrat-run cities where he thinks the Democrats, they're terrible people and blah, 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 blah. And so, in other words, he's persecuting the people who disagree with him by setting ICE on those communities. Those communities do not want them there. The local police don't want them there. The local politicians don't want them there. But Trump is overruling that and sending these people who are not either military or police. They're a whole new paramilitary Gestapo, aren't they?
Well, I think they're more like a kind of brown shirt group, aren't they?
Yes.
They're like Ernst Romm's SA, kind of street thugs.
Yes, incidentally, on that very note, the Delta Force people who went into Venezuela, there's a massive book out in the US at the moment about them being major cocaine dealers. The Delta Force, at their office, their base in Port Bragg.
Are you saying the US military deal drugs?
Yes, the Delta Force have been caught doing massive drug deals at Fort Bragg. Okay. And there they are attacking Venezuela for being drug
I don't know how we managed to miss that in our Venezuela.
Well, no, I just remembered it when I'm speaking.
Okay, fine.
I mean, what we're dealing with here is turf wars between drug cartels, with the US military as one of those drug cartels.
Okay, well, back to Minneapolis.
Inside the car, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, a US citizen, shot dead. Here's the incident from another angle. A bullet hole through the front windscreen. The facts of what happened here are being disputed. The Trump administration says she was trying to ram officers.
You shot someone in the face! Do you have a conscience?
Others say she was executed trying to drive away.
Can I go check a pulse? No! Back up! Now! I'm a physician!
A man identifying himself as a doctor appears to be denied access to the scene.
We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor!
Emergency services try in vain to resuscitate her as the scene is sealed off.
Jesus.
This was the reaction of the president. On Truth Social, Donald Trump posted, "The woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense."
How do you show up to work every day?
Minnesota has been the focus of raids carried out by ICE immigration agents in recent days. The Democratic mayor of Minneapolis having his say.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bull. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get out of Minneapolis.
Protesters let their feelings be known. Police using tear gas in an effort to disperse the crowd. And as night fell, a vigil grew, marching through the streets of this city.
Candles and flowers have been put here to mark the exact spot where Renee Nicole Good's car crashed after she was shot dead. People coming here to pay their respects, some of them chanting her name. This is a city in mourning, but it's also a city on edge.
The detail of what happened here may be in dispute, but it's clear it's unlocked renewed rage about Donald Trump's immigration policy. And once more highlighted just how polarised this country is. Martha Kellner, Sky News, Minneapolis.
Well, it wasn't polarised in Minneapolis until ICE turned up, was it?
No, and of course, in the past, you know, if the Democrats are in control of a state and of a government in a city, the central government really didn't have any real powers to do anything unless they sent the FBI in.
Is it time for Minnesota to secede from the Union?
Well, I mean, the point is, it's the constitutional position in the US is that law enforcement is the role of the local state. It's not the central government that's supposed to be doing law enforcement. So there you are. It's a deliberate, and of course these ICE attacks, if you like to call them that, are being carried out mainly in large cities which tend to be Democrat voting. And of course Trump doesn't like Democrats,
what do you think
he's set his goons on them.
So what do you think is going to happen to Jonathan Ross, the guy that murdered her?
Well, it's interesting to see, isn't it? He should be charged, but probably in the current lawless state of the United States, he probably won't be.
So is my analogy, the essay, The Brown Shirts and Ernst Röhm in the 1930s in Nazi Germany, is that totally beyond... Is that a little bit stretching things a bit too far?
Obviously...
Because these people are thugs, basically. They're pushing... they are... It seems they're not very well trained, and they're there to basically just intimidate all migrants, and in fact anybody in the local population that supports migrants.
That's right. So it's a whole, they are not military officers, nor are they police officers. So it's a whole new paramilitary force that's been created to carry out Trump's particular will. And he's got it in for these communities.
I thought I'd have a look as well tonight at the ramifications here in Europe too for this sort of thing, because out there is a very strong kind of in Europe, a very strong kind of contrast between those that think there's too much migration into Europe and those that think that there's not, that it's not a problem. So, for example, some saying that it's an economic disaster, others saying it's brilliant economically. So there's a big divide in Europe as well, which tends to go along a kind of I like to say racial divide, but it's not. It's an ideological divide, because there's so many people of different races that are also on both sides, So anyway, let's have a listen now to somebody called Vladingerbrook. She's warning von der Leyen and the European Union about the mass migration into Europe. And here she is talking at a CPAC conference just before Christmas over in Hungary.
Our legal system is also targeting individuals at an exceptionally fast rate. Not just politicians and activists, but also private citizens who dare to speak out against the regime are being targeted, arrested, prosecuted, and even sent to prison. Keir Starmer, also known as two-tier Keir, is an absolute master at that. He is turning the UK into one of the most unfree countries in Europe. Right now, he's even looking to introduce sentencing guidelines under which white men will be punished harsher than women and minorities. Ladies and gentlemen, last time I checked, there is a word for that: apartheid. And allow me to give you a few more examples of how dire the state of the rule of law in Europe really is. 2 weeks ago, I gave a speech in Milan at a remigration summit. Right before the conference was supposed to take place, a couple of German activists, young German activists, decided to travel to Italy, but were notified by the German government that they were banned from leaving the country. Why? Well, because it would damage Germany's reputation. Yes, you heard me right. Potentially damaging your government's reputation, whatever that may be, is now ground for them to take away your constitutional rights. Heroically, those young activists decided to come anyway, so they crossed the border into Italy and attended the conference. But upon their arrival back in Germany, they were met at the airport by a heavily armed police force and brought into detainment. All of that simply for attending a conference to talk about the subjects that the elites don't want you to talk about. My last example is a personal one. A few weeks ago, I got a notification from Apple saying that my phone was under mercenary spyware attack. Mercenary spyware. So we're talking highly sophisticated government-level spyware that is used for counter-terrorism. That means that they can look at me through my camera in real time. They can listen to my conversations, and they can go through every single file on my phone. That is what happens in Europe when a perfectly normal, law-abiding citizen goes against the grain. So, let's face the facts here. Democracy is dead. Stone cold dead. However, the illusion of democracy is very much kept alive. We are being ruled by leaders who claim that they are democratic leaders, and they force us to play along with their games. In fact, many people do so happily. And that is what makes modern-day tyranny arguably worse than what we see in the history books. In the DDR, you at least knew that the government was listening in on you. In the USSR, you at least knew that going against the government could end you in the gulags. In Mao Zedong's China, going against the government was something that surely would have you met with violence. But make no mistake, being a dissident now is just as dangerous as it was back then. Our regime uses pretty words to hide their intentions, but they pervert and invert our definitions all the time. They say that to maintain peace in Europe, we need to go to war with Russia. They say that to protect democracy, we have to ban right-wing parties. And they say that to safeguard freedom of speech, they need to censor disinformation. Just like in Orwell's 1984, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength.
So that's Eva Vladingerbroek, Dutch activist, 29 years old, long blonde hair, quite a pretty lady. This is the sort of face, I suppose, of the opposite to those who were out surrounding and filming the ICE people over in Minnesota. And there she is speaking last year in Hungary at a conference organised by something called the Conservative Political Action Conference, which has got this kind of red star logo, bizarrely, and it's red. So I suppose that's an American-funded thing, since red means conservative over in the States.
Well, yeah, maybe so. Well, I mean, those views are expressed. You've heard them. When she says we're being bullied to go to war with Russia, I totally agree with her. Also,
it's complex, this, isn't it? It's quite interesting.
Yes. And also, of course, when she's talking about trying to ban Alternative for Deutschland, I don't agree with that. But I'd say...
And surveillance, mass surveillance.
Yes, there's mass surveillance going on. Now, what side's she on the genocide in Israel-Palestine?
Good question.
And I think you will probably find there's been loads of repression of people speaking out for Palestine in Germany. Is she on their side? People are all in favour of freedom of speech as long as people say what they want them to hear. I'm perfectly prepared to listen to what she's got to hear. Am I like to speak up for Palestine? Because those are the people that are... We've got our Palestine hunger strikers here in this country who are probably on the verge of death.
I mean, it does seem to me, Martin, you're right, in that everybody that has an opinion and speaks publicly about this, some of them are pro-genocide, and we need to know whether they are or not. In fact, I don't really want to listen much to anybody, including her. Yes, I'll hear what she's got to say, but you're right. We need to know where everybody stands on this genocide.
I'm generally in favour of anybody saying whatever they like, but you've got to be able to take it.
Do you remember,
for
example, we had Andrew Bridgen on our programme a few weeks ago, well, a couple of months ago, and he... I didn't really press him on it at the time. I should have done. But he afterwards went to the Tommy Robinson rally in central London and spoke there, or at least tried to speak. He's known as somebody who is supportive of Tommy Robinson. He pops up on the Tommy Robinson TV channels, and although he tries to wriggle around when you start talking about Israel, basically he's supporting these Israeli operations here in the UK.
Yes. So, in other words, what's going on, these people who are going on about their freedom of speech being attacked and so on, I've got some sympathy for that. But will you support freedom of speech for people you disagree with? Because in actual fact, freedom of speech means listening to things you do not want to hear.
Just like Toby Young and
if it's freedom of speech to agree with me, that's not freedom of speech, is it?
Toby Young and the Free Speech Union, they're not interested in free speech for Palestinians.
Well, there you are. So the hypocrisy of it stinks, doesn't it? She thinks she's being persecuted. She's not being starved to death, and she's not being shot in the head. She's at a conference in Hungary, no doubt paid for by somebody else.
Let's talk about Iran now. I think that's a good place to leave the conversation about Minnesota. And I think we just need to be really conscious that there seems to be a Zionist effort, an attempt to really divide society using race as a main issue, using Tommy Robinson, Andrew Bridgen, or whoever, and including Eva Voladingerbrück. So we'll see what her attitude is on Gaza, etc. Where do you think this is? I mean, you go to some of these marches here in Bristol, Martin, don't you? What do you see there?
What, you mean the pro-Palestine marches?
No, I'm talking about the so-called patriot marches.
Oh, well, obviously there has been several marches by it's UKIP, basically, in Bristol, and Bristol Patriots. But the ones I've been to, they've been outnumbered by what loosely might be called the anti-fascist bloc. And there hasn't been too much trouble because the police have kept order in these demonstrations. But I mean, if they want to go out and demonstrate, they can. But we've got a right to counter-demonstrate, and that's it. We are going to counter-demonstrate. I just find it mad that CPAC is this red thing, but they're holding their major conference in Hungary. Well, Hungary is run by Viktor Orban, who's a conservative. He's a very successful conservative politician, so he's very opposed to the war with Russia, and he's a bit of a nuisance from that point of view. But of course, he's voted in favour of the US in terms of everything to do with Israel-Palestine. Yeah. So a lot of these right-wingers really only care about white people having freedom of speech, not Palestinians. They're obviously Untermensch. So where do you think this potential race war is heading here in Britain? Well, it's not a race war. It's what you said. It's ideological, Tony. It's not about race, really. Racism is part of it, but it's an ideological war. It's about Zionism. Zionism is part of it. The Zionists... What's at the heart of it? The Zionists have... obviously, people like Tommy Robinson are getting loads of money from pro-Zionist billionaires and from the US, from the Israeli government. They want the right wing to go on and on and on and on and on and on and on about Islam bad. Okay? So that's where the race war aspect comes from. But when we go out to confront these people, we have people of all races on our side, and they've got some black faces on their side. And it's ultimately ideological. In Northern Ireland, they're all white, but there is still enough hatred for a war to happen. We've already had a civil war in this country. It was called Northern Ireland, and 2 Tory prime ministers were nearly killed by the second civil war. Yeah, that's right. And Elon Musk, when he went to on video to Tommy Robinson's march, he said, "We don't want violence, but there is going to be violence. We've got to prepare for violence." This is a white South African, richest man in the world, telling all of our people in Britain that he wants violence. Yeah. Guess what? We've already had a civil war, Ellen, and 2 Tory prime ministers nearly died. The IRA were unlucky on the day. If you want a civil war, I can easily envisage a civil war in this country. I just think the only way to understand this, is to look at people's attitude to Israel. Look at people's attitude to Zionism. Then you can understand where they're coming from, whichever side of the divide they appear to be. It's a crucial thing, because the genocide in Palestine is a casus belli for World War III. If we can't stop that, then we might. Then when it's no good, is it? So don't listen to anything anybody says until you know what their attitude is on the genocide. Well, no, I'm prepared to listen to what they've got to say on the genocide. Even if don't believe them, right? Anyway, or don't. But I'm going to say what I think. You are a genocidaire and a racist. You are a racist. If you support Israel and what they're doing, you are a racist by definition. You say, I'm not a racist. Yes, you are. Yeah. I've got my freedom of speech. Yes, you are. Anyway, as we speak, Iran is on the brink, we're told.
This evening across Iran, thousands responded to the call to take to the streets against the regime. This was Tehran tonight. Internet access was curtailed, so the pictures we've got are limited for now. So these videos are from the last 48 hours, and these protests in Iran are different this time. First of all, they're broader, happening in more places, and sometimes in towns you wouldn't expect. A viral moment does not a regime collapse make, but they're coming in thick and fast. Last night in Ghaemieh, for example, a statue of General Qasem Soleimani destroyed. Symbols of the powerful Iranian Revolutionary Guard don't come more totemic. This act punishable by death. In Mashhad, the Islamic Republic flag taken down and shredded. Security forces chasing a protester were themselves targeted by the driver of a car and run over. The regime has cracked down. 39 people have been killed, over 2,000 arrested, according to human rights groups. Those figures from before this evening's demonstrations, though. The leadership of Iran is in a bind here. Donald Trump has threatened to retaliate if there's the large-scale targeting of protesters. How far will security forces go to test that assertion? It has emboldened activists. This man renames a street in Tehran, for example, President Trump Street. This afternoon, before the demonstrations in Tehran, we spoke to people planning to attend on condition of anonymity.
We keep reminding ourselves that it's possible it may not succeed again. We must protect our morale so we aren't disappointed if it fails again. But you know, there are so many hopeful signs that are pushing people to go to the streets.
News of the regime's demise has been greatly exaggerated in the past, and it has plenty of practice snuffing out dissent. Reza Pahlavi is the son of the last monarch, deposed in the Islamic Revolution. He called for this evening's demonstrations from the US where he lives, and his name has been chanted in the streets. He is due to meet with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago next week. For some Iranians, he represents nostalgia for perceived better times. For others, the only available focal point for transition. Some videos of this evening's protests in Iran are coming through. Huge crowds in Tehran. The chant goes up, "This is the last battle, Pahlavi will return." In the coming days and weeks, the casualties of this battle will become clearer, as will the spoils.
Well, there's Porek O'Brien on Channel 4 News there, who was the one who, a few weeks ago, was talking about these guys who were trying to surrender, who were killed by the Ukrainian drones, saying that actually they were Russian drones. So that's, Porek, I'm afraid. It's a little bit difficult to believe most of what you say. But anyway, there, Martin, he's talking about some quite serious disruption going on over in Iran, such to an extent where the regime, rather like in the Arab Spring, have decided to turn off the internet. Now, that can actually bring people out on the streets.
It can, and of course it's very hard from a distance to assess what the level of real support there is for these things. What I would say is that a lot of the demonstrations have been violent. There have been lots of things burned down. Police officers have been killed. If people kill police officers here, they're going to get the guns out, aren't they? I mean, it's very, very suspicious that this has all happened just now. And, of course, there's lots of special forces kit that's been brought to Britain, and they're preparing to attack Iran. So this is the run up to it. And, of course, they're talking about Pahlavi there. This is the Shah's son. Yeah, the Shah was overthrown in 1979 from the street, like this was, and they're all chanting for the Shah's son to come back. Now, when Soleimani had his funeral, that was, I think, millions turned out for that funeral. So they've pulled his statue down, but millions who turned out for Soleimani's funeral, who are not in the streets, yeah, it may well be that these people represent a very, very noisy minority. Yeah. That's all I'll suggest.
And what about armed? Because it's quite clear.
Right. They're attacking police stations and things of that sort.
Iranian security forces are hunting Mossad agents because police have been falling to what they describe as terror attacks. We're not really hearing much about that on Channel 4 News. Iranian security and judicial authorities have announced the dismantling of several armed terror cells and the arrest of foreign-linked operatives amid a wave of foreign-backed riots that have claimed the lives of several law enforcement officers. The unrest continued for several days, rioters exploiting public concerns over rising living costs and currency depreciation to incite violence in the western city of Bujerd. Public prosecutor Gudar Zamurai confirmed the arrest of several ringleaders for orchestrating riots and attacking religious sites and public property. So these are a mixture of foreign agents and counter-revolutionaries, but also they've been killing police. So this is not peaceful demonstrations.
And don't forget, the demonstration started as a protest against economic conditions, and the economic conditions in Iran are really, really difficult because they've had sanctions on them for decades, just like the Venezuelans.
Well, firearms, ammunition and specialised equipment for manufacturing improvised explosive devices were seized from the group's hideout, they say.
Well, MEK is basically a Western-funded political... they're not really a political party.
Well, they've been killing Iranians for tens of thousands of Iranians ever since the revolution.
That's right. The MEK, their headquarters are in Albania now, and they're funded by the West. And of course, Mike Pompeo was saying, and so was Mike Huckabee in Israel, saying, well, of course, there are plenty of Mossad agents on the ground in Iran, and that's good. Now, if I was the Iranian government, Pashishkian, I can't remember the name of the president, he's a reformist. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to, right, we will listen to some of your demands about the economic conditions.
Yeah, they've given them some more money. Every citizen is getting money.
I'm willing to listen to that.
It's a bit like...
But you can't just go out and say we want the regime out of the way, because that's not legitimate. We've had an election here, I won it, and you didn't win it, so there you are. And they can say, but it's not free, we're not fair. Iran is not an entirely free and fair society. I will freely admit that. But then Saudi Arabia is an absolute tyranny.
What about Britain?
And the British Army are embedded with the Saudi military to kill everybody in Yemen.
Is Britain a free society?
No, nowhere is. I mean, the thing, everything is coming into play.
Are you allowed to do peaceful protests against Israel and drone manufacturers that are killing civilians there?
Well, it looks like some of our young people are about to die on hunger strike. Let's see what happens after that, eh?
So anyway, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has called for unity in the face of terrorist actions as mass protests continue to rock the country, says Al Jazeera, not Press TV, this one. In an address broadcast on Iranian state TV today, Khamenei warned against the protests, which the authorities have framed as a plot by foreign enemies, primarily the US, and reiterated the threat that authorities will crack down on unrest. He accused the protesters of acting on behalf of US President Donald Trump, saying rioters were attacking public property, warning Tehran would not tolerate people acting as mercenaries for foreigners. He accused Trump of having hands stained with the blood of Iranians. 62 people have been killed, including 14 security personnel and 48 protesters since demonstrations began on the 28th of December, according to the human rights activist news agency HRANA, an overseas-based Iranian rights group, whilst President Masoud Pezeshkian has called for restraint and the state to listen to genuine grievances. Other voices have warned the authorities will show no leniency, noting the protests have received report from foreign foes.
Well, it's part of the colour revolution stroke psychological warfare playbook, and quite soon I think the Iranians and the Americans, and no doubt we will get drawn in, are going to attack Iran. But the Iranians are also starting to think in terms of preemptive strikes of their own. Instead of waiting for the Israelis to attack them, they may decide that they're going to attack Israel first, which they're absolutely entitled to do because Israel is a rogue state. We need to see lots and lots and lots of dead Israeli occupation forces. Hundreds. Thousands. Make their children cry.
I mean, go to Press TV or Press TV Extra. They're on Twitter. Press TV, one word. Extra is another word, but there's actually all one word. Press TV Extra. They're sending things around like, watch the moment Iranian police officers step in to save a civilian whose car has been made to burn by rioters in North Khorasan province. So, rioters are setting fire to things, apparently.
Peaceful protest.
He's saying the protest is different from riot, adding that while officials must talk with protesters, there's no point in talking to those who do rioting.
Well, that's a pretty clear distinction, isn't it? Protests happen regularly in Iran, but this is an attempt at regime change from the street, which is against the constitution of the country. And the armed forces and police officers are going to uphold the constitution of the country.
A lot of the weapons that have been used to kill Iranian police have been Turkish-made weapons.
Yes. And of course, the kind of assault that's made on regimes that they don't like in Venezuela, it's obvious Venezuela and Iran are in the crosshairs. Absolutely, that's what's going on. And they're trying to provoke, well, they're hoping that they can overthrow both regimes. But of course, obviously, there's lots of people who are staying home who are not protesting. Yeah? I mean, when we talked earlier about the protests we've had in Bristol here, we've gone out to protest against the right wing and vice versa. But the fact of the matter is, the whole lot of us don't make 1,000 people, and Bristol's got 230,000 people living in it. Most people aren't participating. Probably the same is true in Iran. Lots of people are just getting on with life. Some people don't want to. But I'm not saying they haven't got a right to protest. That's what Pezeshkian is saying. You can protest peacefully, but you can't kill police officers and burn things.
And it's interesting how Channel 4 forget to mention that there's a difference between a peaceful protest and a riot, and also that these demonstrations are definitely not peaceful. They've got firearms. Where did they get those from?
Well, that's right. And of course, it tends to suggest that this is an orchestrated event. Not saying that there isn't, the people don't have grievances. They've got grievances all over the world. Although the point I would make is the economic grievances of people in Iran is because there's sanctions on Iran. If Iran was allowed to buy and sell normally, like everybody else, the economic conditions in Iran would be a lot better.
It's the same as Venezuela. They're blaming the people of the country for what they are doing to the economy of the country, and they've done it deliberately.
Yes.
And they're saying that it's the fault of the leaders. It's not, it's their fault.
That's right.
They're making this happen. Anyway, look,
That's exactly right.
Nearby in Yemen, we've seen some interesting things going on with the Saudis, haven't we? You mentioned it briefly earlier, Martin. Do you want to just take us through it a little bit?
Well, what's going on in Yemen at the moment is there's a face-off going on between the United Arab Emirates and the Saudis, because they were on the same page trying to get rid of Nasrallah. But now they're actually fighting each other, or their proxies are fighting each other in the south of the country, because the Saudis don't want to accept the UAE's push to create a separate state in the south of the country. And of course, I was reading an interview with a senior Nasrallah guy before I came to the show, and they're very well aware that behind all of this are the Americans, the Israelis, and the British.
Oh, hang on.
British military personnel are embedded with the Saudi armed forces.
Isn't it interesting if Saudis are peeling away now from this this pro-Israeli policy?
No, they're not. In actual fact, the UAE are more pro-Israel than the Saudis. It's true, but from the Yemeni point of view, they've got no legitimacy at all.
What about from a Saudi point of view?
Well,
why are they doing this?
Don't forget the Saudi and the UAE, MBS and MBZ, they are oligarchs. Yeah, they are, and they don't necessarily agree with each other. They've got different interests.
Is it simply because this is very close to, in fact, it's just to the south, isn't it, of Saudi Arabia, the old Arabian Peninsula, which was divided up in the Sykes-Picot Agreement, probably to be talked about in the book you're reading. That actually this is the Saudis see this as their territory, and they don't want the UAE interfering, really.
That's right, and they also see Yemen as their territory. But don't forget,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yemen is far more populous than Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Okay, most of the population in that Arabian Peninsula lives in what is now Yemen, because that's actually the most. It's not desert. It's actually
Some people say the Garden of Eden was in Yemen.
Right. That's
anyway,
right.
Let's have a listen to a news report on this.
A tectonic shift is taking place in the Arab world. It's nothing to do with the temporary and patchable squabbles of princes, or spoils, or alliances. Neither has it any relevance to the two traditional bugbears of the Sunni Arab ruler, Iran and the Muslim Brotherhood. It's not been triggered by a trader setting himself on fire after having his food carts confiscated by officials in Sidi Bouzid, Tunisia. No mass demonstrations have taken place in Cairo calling for the downfall of the dictator. And yet this shift could have as wide a repercussion as the Arab Spring once had 15 years ago. What's commonly referred to in the Middle East as the real nations of the Arab world, and by that we mean nations with a significant population, have woken up to what's been happening around them. Saudi Arabia, Algeria principally, but also Egypt potentially, have realized that the plan to dominate and control the key choke points of the region by Israel explicitly and the United Arab Emirates implicitly is a threat to their national interest. The Israeli-Emirati plan is simple. Fragment Arab states, control the key trade routes like the Bab el-Mandeb Straits between Yemen and the Horn of Africa, plant military bases all around the region, and you will get hold of a lucrative military and financial control for the rest of the century. Israel expressed this plan explicitly in speeches and numerous visits. It's the formula they're using in Syria, with their creation of a protectorate of the Druze in southern Syria, and attempts to do the same with the Kurds in the north. It's open and declared. They want to turn Syria into Libya, a collection of warring regions with no meaningful central control. They're trying the same policy by recognizing Somaliland, which offers the prospect of Israel getting a military foothold in the Horn of Africa for the first time in history. For Abu Dhabi, fragmentation is implicit. They deny financing and arming the RSF in Sudan and feeding a devastating civil war. They deny any connections with the RSF commander, Hemeti, who is under US Treasury sanctions. But fragmentation in Yemen has been their policy for over a decade. Initially, it was to stop al-Islah, the Muslim Brotherhood, from taking power after the collapse of the Yemeni dictator. Then came the fall of the capital Sana'a to Ansar Allah, the Houthis. Each campaign provided a cover for their real target, which was to finance, arm and install a separatist state in southern Yemen under the banner of the Southern Transitional Council in Aden. This project is nothing new, but it was turbocharged by Mohammed bin Zayed, the president of UAE, who is the brains behind everything this emirate does. Bin Zayed almost got away with it. Abu Dhabi's policy of making the STC so military strong that it could declare itself an independent state that recognized Israel was on the point of becoming a reality. All the STC needed was to take over two sparsely populated but geographically large provinces in the east of the country, Al-Mahara and Hadramaut provinces, which account for nearly half of the territory of Yemen. But this is where bin Zayed made his fatal mistake. He went too far. He overreached himself. Hadramaut shares a border with Saudi, and the appearance of the STC in the capital Mukalla sent the ruler of the Saudi kingdom mad. It sparked the wake-up call that Saudi Arabia needed. The blinkers had fallen from Saudi eyes. They felt they were being surrounded, and if they did not act now, the kingdom itself could be the next target of the fragmentation policy being enacted all around them. A country which for so long had conducted foreign policy slowly and behind bead curtains reached for the gun. The Saudis backed the counter-offensive by Yemeni forces loyal to the internationally recognized government to recapture Hadramaut and Al-Muhara. Mukalla was bombed and the STC forced to withdraw. When 3 days later Israel became the first country to officially recognize Somaliland as a sovereign state, Saudi fears that they were being surrounded were confirmed. The fall of a decade of patient work by Abu Dhabi came within a matter of days. When Saudi bombed a shipment of weapons and vehicles in the port of Mukalla, it directly called out the UAE's role in arming the southern separatists. Hours later, Abu Dhabi announced it was withdrawing its forces from Yemen. It even abandoned the island of Socotra. In a matter of hours, all the work, planning and finance of the last decade had come crashing down.
That's David Hurst, the editor of Middle East Eye there, giving us a pretty good update. I'll put the full version of that up on our show page, thisweek.org.uk tonight. What he's saying in a nutshell is, look, the Saudis have just decided we're in charge around here, and the UAE have had to run away.
Well, he obviously knows a lot more about this than I do, but I think that up to now they've been on the same page in terms of trying to get rid of Nasrallah, in terms of being pro-Israeli. But of course, you know, thieves often fall out, and they've fallen out. So, but that of course, from an Nasrallah point of view, I was reading one of their spokespersons earlier. They see all of this as being machinations by the Israelis, the Americans, and the Brits.
The Brits?
Yeah, I've just been saying that the British Army is embedded with the Saudi armed forces. Yeah. When is there going to be an election in Saudi Arabia, do you think? They have elections in Iran. They're not entirely free and
we
fair.
have elections here, but they don't make any difference.
No, they don't, do they? Or it's all relative, isn't it?
We've just seen today one of Yemen's separatist leaders flee to the UAE, and the Saudis declare him a fugitive.
Yeah. So, I mean, from Nasrullah's point of view, they're all their enemies, and they're just watching them fight each other, and they're preparing for another war with Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that's what they're preparing for. And maybe some British soldiers will be killed in Saudi Arabia. Since we've been bombing their country and killing loads of people, that's what the RAF were doing last year, so there you go. What goes around comes around, doesn't it?
The Houthi Prime Minister apparently was assassinated back in September. The Houthis believe it was just the Israelis doing it. So they are assassinating people left, right and centre.
Yes, that's right. So this 2025 has been the year of decapitation strikes, hasn't it? Now, at some point, these decapitation strikes...
This is Hezbollah, we're talking about Iran, etc.
Yeah. Hamas in Qatar when they came to negotiate. Now, somebody like Trump and Starmer better realise that once the leaders are fair game, you are a leader, and therefore you are fair game.
Isn't what's going on here?
Don't you realise what you're doing?
It's a sort of... I see it as almost like a kind of pinball game, where you have your agents within the structures, and by taking out certain individuals in the leadership of your enemy, or the country that you've turned into your enemy, that won't do as you say, you allow your agents to chug up through the system and possibly even to start running a country or running an organisation.
That's the goal of all of this. But of course, there's two sides to the sword. Yeah. At some point, I'm quite sure the Russians, for example, could be killing our generals. We are involved in the killing of their generals, but our generals still wander around thinking that they're untouchable. At some point, the Russians may decide on the night of the long knives for our generals. Maybe not the four that are opposed to arming Israel, but, Admiral Radikin, for example. Maybe he could have a car bomb like Kirillov had. Yeah. Maybe all the generals on all sides have got to realise you may be a general, but you can be killed by a pager.
Let's go up north to Ukraine and have a look at the Russia has been warning. I think the way they're putting it here is they're threatening, but actually it's a warning, saying if you and the French and the British have just come to an agreement to put our troops into Ukraine, as if they're not there already, would come a ceasefire. Now, this seems to me to be saying very clearly there will be no ceasefire, because the Russians are not going to have that.
No, so in other words, what's going on in Western Europe with Macron and Starmer and Merz and so on is they're talking about what they might do if there was a ceasefire, but there ain't going to be one. So it's hardly worth discussing. There isn't going to be
it reminds me a little bit of the whole sort of late 80s, early 1990s peace talks about Northern Ireland. I mean, I was covering this at the time as well, and you got the impression that there was no intention of peace at all.
Well, that was something that did eventually eventuate
in the late
peace
90s. And I mean, really, it came to peace talks, etc., because of these massive bombs in the city of London, the Bishopsgate bomb, etc.
Yes,
but before that was taking place, there was talk about peace, one peace deal, another peace deal. Seems exactly the same as going on with Ukraine. Is that the press is reporting these things as ceasefire agreements? We're very close, but actually they're a million miles away. And it's just totally disingenuous to make out that they're close to a deal when what they're proposing is never going to be agreed.
Well, that's right. And therefore the Russians, you can have meetings and discuss anything. They made it absolutely clear. We regard NATO, British, French military personnel in Ukraine as legitimate targets. And I was reading earlier that they actually hit a load of British and French people in Odessa. Yeah, our guys. And they killed a load of them because they're not supposed to be there. And if you go there, we will kill you.
Well, I suppose their families are here, and they must know about this.
Well, what's happening?
We're not hearing much about
happening? Did you see there was one paratroop that they agreed had been killed? yeah, who was actually serving as a para. There's loads of mercenaries out there. What they've actually been doing, when they fire these missiles into Russia, the Ukrainians haven't got the capability to fire Storm Shadow missiles. It has to be British military personnel who are using those missiles.
Anyway, let's have a listen now.
And of course, the Russians are trying to kill them, as they would.
A warning by the Russians.
Now, within the last hour, the Kremlin has warned that any Western troops sent to Ukraine as part of any future ceasefire would be considered legitimate military targets by Russia. It comes after Britain and France announced plans earlier this week to send troops to Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire deal. A Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson has released a statement saying that the Russian Foreign Ministry warns that the deployment of military units and the setting up of military facilities, storages and other Western infrastructure on Ukrainian territory will be qualified as foreign intervention that directly threatens the security of Russia and other European countries. All such units and facilities will be considered as legitimate military targets for the Russian armed forces. Warnings to this effect have repeatedly been made at the highest level and remain relevant. Well, I'm joined by military historian and analyst Dr. Victoria Taylor. And Victoria, what do you make of this Russian Foreign Ministry statement? That was just a part of it. It was quite lengthy, wasn't it?
It was quite lengthy, verbose, and always with the Russians simmering with anger. I think in terms of the actual overall message, it's not much different to what we've already been seeing in terms of Russian rhetoric. I think there are a few phrases here and there that have caught my eye. So, firstly, they sort of mentioned that it's extremely far from a peace settlement. This is that kind of strategy, again, that we often see from the Russians as trying to paint Ukraine, trying to present Europe, the NATO nations as being aggressors. I really noticed the fact that they talk about rebuilding Ukraine's armed forces. So, of course, from the Western perspective, that's referring to making sure that Ukraine is able to protect itself again if the Russians invade again in the future. But, of course, the Russian Foreign Ministry are absolute devils for that cherry picking of language, and looking into also talking about its military industrial sectors. So it's very subtly trying to show the West as being in it for its own interest rather than trying to protect Ukraine. This is also very obvious when talking about a foreign intervention. It's making the West sound like they are muddling in a war that is not theirs and kind of meddling in their affairs. And also, as you mentioned, all such units and facilities will be considered as military targets. But of course, that is the fact that, that's if there is a peace deal, and also they are meant to be there in a peacekeeping capacity. So I think that's really important in terms of getting into that Russian rhetoric of ultimately talking about this kind of Kiev regime and sort of having that kind of deflection and projection that we often see from the Russians.
Well, I mean, that's the British line, isn't it, by the BBC, that the Russians can't tell us what to do, but they are telling us what to do, and they've made it absolutely clear. They've killed loads of Western military personnel inside the Ukraine already. They're priority targets. As you can imagine, some of the most dangerous equipment in there is things like Storm Shadow missiles, Taurus missiles.
Do you think the Russians enjoy killing Brits?
No serious soldier should enjoy killing anybody. Yeah. It's just what you've got to do to win.
Well, anyway, one of the people who's quite one of the operators behind the scenes, a sort of intelligence Tony Blair character, is this guy Christopher Steele. Do you want to say something about him? We're about to hear him give his view about deploying British troops to Ukraine.
Well, he's ex-MI6, and of course what happens with MI6 and all these agencies these days is you leave, then you set up a consultancy company and you subcontract to your previous employers.
He's mixed up with the whole Skripal affair, Steve.
That's right. Well, Skripal was Skripal's MI6 minder, okay?
And he had a meal with the Skripals, Yulia and Sergei, at Zizi's in Salisbury, just after which they had a bit of a funny turn, and it looks as if he spiked either their drink or their food with fentanyl.
That's quite obviously that's a copper's hunch, but it's probably not far off. And of course, there's been no proper investigation of any of this. If you think about it, people in this country are still convinced that the Russians came to Salisbury to murder Skripal, but they failed. And it's evil Putin. He just poisons people. It's actually our intelligence services who scripted the whole thing.
Let's be clear, many are very sceptical about this. So the Steele dossier was something that Donald Trump didn't
was
like
got together to try and discredit Trump, because of course the deep state at that stage didn't like Trump, nor did the British, because they're part of the Democrats aligned deep state. So they came up with a load of rubbish about how Trump was. The whole thing, he was peed on by a prostitute in the same room that Obama.
So this is the guy we're about to hear from.
These people are professional disinformation artists.
Christopher Steele, right? So he gets a prime place on our TV. Let's have a listen to see what he's got to say about British troops going to Ukraine.
Deployment would only be after a ceasefire to support Ukraine's capabilities, to conduct deterrent operations and to construct and protect military hubs. Mr. Speaker, there will be a statement to the House at the earliest opportunity. If there were a decision to deploy under the agreement that was signed yesterday, then I would put that matter to this House for a debate beforehand and for a vote on that deployment.
After returning from the summit in Paris, Keir Starmer says he will ask MPs to make the decision on whether British troops should be deployed to Ukraine in the event a peace deal is agreed. British troops are already in Ukraine, have been since 2014, but their job has mainly been to train the Ukrainian army. Even in the event that peace breaks out, potentially thousands of British troops would be required to, and I'm quoting from the Prime Minister here, support Ukraine's capabilities to conduct deterrence operations and to construct and protect military hubs. It seems unlikely that were a peace deal to then be violated, that British troops protecting military sites would be withdrawn. So this would be putting in British troops to defend Ukrainian turf from Russians. Do you want your MP to vote for that? Would you vote for that? Christopher Steele is the former head of the MI6 Russia desk and director of Orbis Business Intelligence. Thanks for coming on the programme, Mr. Steele. I wonder what you make of the degree of commitment here that Keir Starmer is making to Ukraine to say, yes, we will help you with troops, but only if MPs agree.
Yes, hi Tom. I think it's to some extent theoretical at the moment because, after all, Russia went into Ukraine supposedly to prevent NATO forces being deployed on Ukrainian territory. And of course, this is exactly what is being proposed here. So I think it's highly likely the Russians would ever agree to this anyway, and therefore it might be very hypothetical going forward. But I do think that if we were found in a situation where we were deploying in Ukraine, there are several problems with this policy. One, of course, is the actual logistics of whether we've got enough troops to make any difference on the ground and therefore to be a credible deterrent. As you know, our forces have declined to below 100,000, and I think initially there was talk of 10,000 British troops going to Ukraine. That's a big contingent, particularly given that we need to do more to defend our own homeland from Russia. The second thing is, would it be dependent on political change in places like France and the UK? I mean, we may end up having a French Rassemblement National president next year in the elections. And what would happen if they, a party which, after all, has borrowed money from Russia clandestinely and expressed pro-Russian sentiments, going to stick to the agreement? I think there are all sorts of question marks here which really are very serious in terms of the credibility and the durability of this policy.
So that's Christopher Steele, the very voice. I'll make sure that whole interview, so you could just get to know the guy, speaking about this idea of Russia having the Brits turn up in Ukraine after a ceasefire deal, supposedly, which is never going to happen. It's just not going to happen. That will not be part of a ceasefire deal. Just forget it. And he seems to be a bit reasonably realistic about that, and also saying we actually need those troops to protect our homeland from Russia.
Well, I mean, you know, he's a tricksy spook, isn't he? Let's face it. But on the other hand, that is, he's basically saying the obvious, which is that the Russians have made it absolutely clear that they're not going to have NATO troops in the Ukraine. They went to war to prevent that. So they're not going to have it. And of course, the other thing that the Russians might do, if we did send troops to the Ukraine, is they wouldn't attack troops just in the Ukraine. If we're going to go to war, they will attack troops in Britain. Yeah, they've got the hypersonic missiles to hit Credon Hill, with the SAS's headquarters. The Russians could take that out with a missile. Easily done. And we can't fire back because we haven't got such missiles. It's too late.
Well,
They've
we've got our
we
Storm Shadows
yeah,
over
but
in
they've
Ukraine.
only got a range of about 500 kilometres. The Russian missiles can fire anywhere in the world. They can hit anywhere in the world from Siberia.
Well, we could hit Russia. We could hit Russia with a nuke.
Yeah, in that case, we're all dead. Let's see who blinks first on that one, eh?
So ultimately this isn't really going to... Is there anything to say much about Ukraine, since there's so much nonsense talked about it?
Well, I mean, obviously we've been talking about it all the way through since it all started in 2014.
I mean about actually some sort of resolution, or is this just not going to happen?
Well, no. What's going to happen is the Russians are talking to try and be nice. They've got to do that to keep the Chinese, the Indians, the South Africans, everybody happy. But I'm quite sure that Gerasimov and the general staff are fighting this to win. They've lost up to 100,000 of their guys, which would be the whole British army, and they're not sacrificing. The Ukrainians have lost nearly 2 million people. All to no purpose, because they're trying to recapture parts of the Ukraine that don't want to be part of the Ukraine. The people who live there are not Ukrainians. They don't speak Ukrainian. They are Russians. And they were put into the Ukraine in 1991 by an accident, and they don't really want to be part of it anymore. And that's it. And the Russians are fighting for that. As far as they're concerned, the 4 oblasts they're fighting for are part of the Russian Federation now. It's part of the Russian constitution that they've got to protect the borders of the country. They're going to fight to win.
So what's happening with Odessa? There was a big attack on the port, wasn't there?
There was, and also what I was reading earlier, of course this is, who knows whether this is true or not, that a substantial number of Western, including British military officers were killed in the Ukraine. They attacked it was a probably special boat service unit who were preparing, drones, naval drones, which have been quite destructive, and the Russians just put it wasn't an Oreshnik, it's probably a Kinzhal on the top of it, and killed them all. But there you go. That's what happens in wars.
Hungary says that Ukraine's 20-point peace plan is unrealistic.
Well, they're right. It's pointless. It's a pointless exercise. This is really Macron and Merz and Starmer pretending that they've got some kind of influence over events, and they haven't. They just haven't. Nobody's taking any notice of them. The Americans aren't taking any notice of them. The Russians aren't taking any notice of them. The Ukrainians, did you see Zelensky was saying that he approved of what was going on in Venezuela, and maybe they ought to take out Kadyrov in Chechnya. And Kadyrov then went on X in Chechnya and said, come and get it if you want it. Yeah? So, okay. I mean, all of these wars, which are separate, are in fact part of one big war.
Well, a wild card tonight, our final wild card, is Greenland. Because I would consider, and it was interesting to hear from Torstein Vidal, and who does his podcast every week, I think it is, from Nuuk in Greenland. He used to be based in Norway, and we got to know him when he did this brilliant analysis of the Anders Behring Breivik, the guy that got a gun, blew up a couple of things in Oslo, and then went out to the island where there was a youth camp for the left-wing party in Norway. And he started shooting. I think it was 70 young men who would be the potential future leaders of the left in Norway, and he explained how, actually, looking at his manifesto and ideology, he was both a Zionist and a Nazi at the same time, as well as being a member of the Freemasons. And they said, oh, he's just a lone. Well, of course he's not. If he's in a Freemason lodge, he's got secret connections with all sorts of interesting people, no doubt. But anyway, there was a appearance by a Danish Liberal MEP on the PM programme this week. I do think, would you agree with me, it's just a distraction? Do you think there's really going to be some kind of invasion of Greenland? What's going on here? Well, they're saying, by the way, sorry to interrupt you, but they're saying that, Greenland is strategically important because any missiles coming from Russia would have to come over Greenland to hit America, so the Americans need it as a defence. Well, that's just not true, is it? These missiles can go round the South Pole if they fancy.
That's right. And, of course, the Americans have already got a military base on Greenland. They've had it since the 1940s. So they've got one. What they're saying is they're saying that they want the resources of Greenland, because Greenland's got quite a lot of resources, including rare earths and so on. But, of course, the rare earth monopoly of the Chinese is not just because they've got the rare earths, they've got the monopoly of the processing of their rare earths. So you could mine rare earths in Greenland, but you still can't process them because the Chinese have got the monopoly on it. So that is a lot of what this is actually. It's hard to work out what is real strategy here and what is Trump's strategy.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, everyone, when they should have been talking about Venezuela, suddenly they're, no, it's Greenland, everybody.
Well, Greenland's part of Denmark. Venezuela's run by brown people.
And actually there's a terrible split between the Americans and the Europeans. Maybe.
Yes. Well, I mean, there was in the Telegraph saying that the Danish army have been told to shoot first and ask questions later if the Americans turn up.
Okay,
and
anyway.
Of course, what they could do is say, well, you know that base you've got here in Greenland? We've cancelled it. We don't want one.
Well, I doubt if that will happen.
Well, no, because obviously...
Anyway, let's listen to the Danish Liberal MEP, Henrik Dahl, who popped up on the PM programme with the most annoying man on planet Earth, Evan Davis, this week.
The UK has said it reaffirms its commitment to international law and the principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. So it has said that, but it has not said that anything the US did was contrary to that. And there's another example, of course, from this morning of UK reaction to US words and actions. Here's one. Here's the Home Office Minister, Mike Tapp, who's doing a round of interviews and was inevitably asked about President Trump's ambition for the US to take over Greenland. There's been rising concern about that in the last 48 hours. The US President has addressed it. And Mike Tapp seemed unable to say even what is obviously the British position, that Trump should keep his hands off Greenland. Here was Mike Tapp talking to Sophie Ridge on Sky.
What I can say really clearly is I can't see this being any different to any previous conversations that need to be had between NATO members.
And I find it extraordinary that you can't just say flat out that Donald Trump needs to...
And I think the Venezuelan issue...
intervene on Greenland.
The Venezuelan issue
I find that extraordinary.
Is obviously different to the Greenland issue, but that's for them to have those discussions. It's for NATO to have that solid anchor to ensure that there is no division here.
So you don't have an opinion on whether or not Donald Trump should go into Greenland?
Well, look, this isn't for me to sit here and talk about hypotheticals.
So that was this morning's line from, let's be honest, a minister. A bit later, the line had hardened up because the Prime Minister himself was asked about it and was far clearer, still not wanting to directly criticise the American president by name.
The future of Greenland is for Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark, and for Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark only. And we're very clear about that. Denmark is a very close ally of the UK, both in Europe and in NATO, and it's very important that we stand by our ally.
So the Prime Minister saying, no, we do support Denmark and Greenland. That's the UK, but Europe more generally has sometimes seemed trapped between a desire to keep Trump friendly and a desire to prepare for a world in which he might not be. And the issue of Greenland is perhaps the ultimate test. It may seem like a far-fetched scenario, but it's certainly one the Danish Prime Minister is taking very seriously this afternoon. In fact, she said, I believe one should take the American president seriously, but I will also make it clear, if the US chooses to attack another NATO country militarily, then everything stops, including NATO, and thus the security that's been established since the end of the Second World War. Well, a little earlier, I spoke to the Danish MEP, Henrik Dahl. He's from the Liberal Alliance Party, and I started by asking him how seriously he takes any US claim to Greenland.
I think the perception has changed. During Trump's first presidency in 2019, he proposed to buy Greenland, and this was brushed off by Prime Minister Frederiksen, who was also Prime Minister at that time. So 6 years ago, it was thought of as a sort of a typical Trump, as over the top, etc., etc. Now it's taken very, very seriously, not least because of Venezuela, but also because it has been repeated on several occasions. We were very happy that during the summer of 2025, President Macron went to Nuuk, the capital city of Greenland, with the Prime Minister of the Home Rule and the Danish Prime Minister, and he made a very good speech in a very good press conference, and he also stated that France would come to the aid of Denmark, and they even sent a ship and some troops to Greenland just for an exercise, but the signal was clear, I think. Hopefully, with the United Kingdom in the framework of NATO, we're very, very happy that your Prime Minister has our back as well. But I just think we have to be more clear about this, and we have to understand that we have to enforce the rules-based international order ourselves. There's nobody else to enforce it.
Yeah, well, would you like, as a Danish politician, would you like more of that from European allies, just to see a little bit more European presence in and around Greenland?
It's not that I imagine urban combat between the French Foreign Legion and the U.S. Marines in Nuuk or something like that, but although it would be a good script for a movie, but I would like to see an enhanced military presence in Greenland, even though I don't understand how it's come this far. We have a base agreement with the United States from 1951. It has always worked. We have tolerated nuclear weapons in Greenland. I mean, we have really been very forthcoming when it comes to military cooperation with the U.S.
Well, it does sound, from what you're saying, as if they've been bending over backwards, the Danes, to please the Americans in Greenland, even allowing nuclear weapons there.
Well, yes, and I think a lot of this is partly to do with Trump's desire to chuck his weight about. And of course, if he does, the consequences for NATO will be dire. But of course, Turkey and Greece are both part of NATO, and they've fought several wars with each other. So it doesn't necessarily mean that NATO's over. Of course, if they do send a military force into Greenland, the Greenlanders are, under international law, like the Palestinians, are allowed armed resistance. So one of the things they might do is just shoot some US Marines, and then they can carry out a massacre of the population if they like, but it'll go all over the world, won't it?
What's the real reason? Do you think it's rare earths, as you said?
No, it's what it is. It's this idea that Trump is obsessed with, is that the US should control the whole of North and South America. It should all belong to them. Have you seen the tweet that Trump's put up saying this is our hemisphere? Yeah, that means the whole of North and South America belongs to the US. It's their manifest destiny.
But Greenland is actually Europe. It's in the middle of the Atlantic.
Well, no,
isn't it?
It's a part of geographically, politically, it's part of Europe, but geographically, it's part of the North American continent. And of course, the indigenous people of the majority in Greenland can see how the Americans have treated the indigenous people in their own country, and they're not that keen on having the Americans running their show. Why would they be?
Do you think the Americans would invade?
We'll have to see what they're prepared to do, Tony. We will have to see, won't we? Because if they did invade, it would be like the Russian invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968.
Have they got the money to buy it?
Well, when they've stolen all the oil in Venezuela, then they'll have the money to buy Greenland. And of course, a lot of what Trump is doing is, in actual fact, is enriching his family through all these deals.
As Torstein on his podcast pointed out, there is actually quite a horrible dispute that's gone on between Greenland and Denmark. Everything is not a bed of roses by any means. No. There has been a Danish forced contraception scandal in the 1960s and 70s and carrying on. So let's have a little listen to a short extract from a documentary about that, which I'll put a link up to.
Starting in the 1960s, thousands of Inuit girls and women were fitted with IUDs by Danish doctors. Often, this contraceptive was forced on them. To understand what history has kept in the shadows, I set out to meet these women.
Østerport. Her kan du skifte til bus.
But how do you ask them to share their stories with you when you come from the side of the oppressor? And is it even possible to repair history? Henriette is the first Greenlandic woman I meet. She's lived in Copenhagen for over 40 years.
This is my village. It's where I had my confirmation when I was 14.
You were 14 here?
Yeah.
She was just a child when she received her first IUD.
I come from a small place called Kukurtarswatsiat. I grew up close to nature and have many lovely and cherished memories. But I also have many memories that aren't so pleasant.
So there you go. That's just a little excerpt from that documentary. I'll put a link up to it. It just shows that the Danes were, colonialists, and they were actually stopping the Greenlanders from having children.
As the Canadians did, and the Americans.
And the Brits, probably.
And the Brits, yeah. I mean, there's a strong movement in Greenland, I understand, for independence from Denmark. And Trump is trying to leverage that, but that means you want to be in the United States. And they say, no, we want independence from Denmark. That doesn't mean we want to join the United States. Because, of course, Greenland, if it's an independent country, they can do what they want. If they're part of the United States, they could have ICE people turning up. Yeah, anything could happen, yeah. What, do you want people from ICE turning up in Nuuk?
Well,
no.
ICE?
ICE, as in the United... Well, they've got ICE anyway. There's plenty out, yeah.
Yes, very good. A perfect cue for Patricia's poem this week. It's called Ice, Ice, Shady. Neil Cole of Good shot dead. Who could agree with what we saw? Trump gone mad, a movie clad in blood and guts galore. Excuses plenty, a poet gently, a mother now dead and gone. Words are words, as ever heard, as accusations wrong. Trump gone mad, his actions clad AI or MK Ultra. Make believe our world conceived AI the way to go. We terrorists, all who hear the call and stand up for what is right. Free speech now gone for freedom long as gangsters overreach. No money braised, bring back the dead as lives now turn to dust. Boots on faces in all our places, in God and good must trust. Thanks, Patricia. And finally tonight, I'd like to... We had over the holiday, Martin, a clip from this organisation called Propaganda and Company, which was looking on our final programme before Christmas at the attacks over Bondi Beach.
Okay,
and that crew seemed to be bringing out some very interesting stuff. They've tackled this concept of the Pax Judaica as well. So let's finish this week with a look at that.
The Pax Romana, or Roman peace, was a long period of relative stability enforced not by harmony, but by dominance. It was peace through power, maintained by military supremacy, centralized authority, and the suppression of rebellion, not the absence of violence. Scholars later used the term Pax to describe similar eras. Pax Britannica, for example, followed Britain's victory over Napoleon and rested on naval dominance and global trade control. And Pax Americana emerged after World War II, shaped by aircraft carriers, missile cruisers, and the petrodollar system. In every case, Pax did not mean an end to conflict. Wars and uprisings continued. What changed was the hierarchy. Authority was settled, and those seeking power or protection orbited themselves around this new political gravity at the center of a new world order. Crucially, Pax periods are never declared in real time. They are recognized in hindsight. Once resistance becomes marginal and competitors accept that victory is no longer possible. Today, some argue a new order is forming, one they call Pax Judaica, an era in which Israel's rivals have been neutralized and its influence consolidated, not only through military outcomes, but through political leverage, lobbying power, blackmail, intelligence dominance, and advanced surveillance. At first glance, this idea seems implausible. Israel is small. It lacks strategic depth. It depends heavily on Western military, economic, and diplomatic support, and exists within the framework of the American empire. So how could it possibly function as a global empire, exerting exerting influence far beyond its borders. The answer requires us to rethink what power looks like in the information age. When most people hear the word empire, they imagine vast armies occupying territory, overseas bases spanning continents, massive navies patrolling the globe, and aircraft carriers parked off foreign coasts. In short, hard power. Israel does not fit that traditional image, yet Israel is a formidable military force. It possesses the most powerful military in the Middle East and, according to senior analysts at the Institute for the Study of War, fields the best air force in the world on a pilot-for-pilot basis. It operates advanced naval assets, including nuclear-capable submarines, maintains at least 150 nuclear warheads, making it one of only 9 nuclear-armed states, and fields the densest and most sophisticated air defense network on the planet, rendering it more militarily capable than most states, including many in Western Europe. What Israel lacks is not capability, but scale. It does not have the population, industrial base, resources, or global logistics footprint of traditional empires like the United States, Russia, or China. It does not field aircraft carriers or manufacture the volume of hardware and weaponry required to sustain global conventional dominance on its own. But what if that no longer mattered? What if influence no longer required matching great powers ship for ship or base for base? What if control came not from possessing a global force, but from directing one? What if the key was not actually becoming an empire, but steering one that already exists? Israel's power derives less from what it controls within its borders than from the leverage it exercises beyond them through institutions, alliances, intelligence networks, technology, finance, lobbying, blackmail, and propaganda in other countries. In short, Pax Judaica describes an empire made possible by proxy, sustained leverage over existing powers rather than direct occupation. The United States remains the most powerful imperial structure on earth, militarily, financially, and institutionally. But power does not necessarily belong to whoever owns the machine. It belongs to whoever steers it. Over the decades, Israel's Zionist networks in the United States learned how to operate inside the institutions where American interests are interpreted and decisions are made. As a result, Israel does not need to own or command the aircraft carrier if it can shape the conversation that determines where it sails. Therefore, Pax Judaica is not about replacing or equaling American power, but hijacking it, leveraging U.S. resources to advance Israel's own interests and goals. Yet for many, Pax Judaica still sounds implausible, and I think it's because people still don't grasp the extent to which Israel has gained leverage over the American empire.
So that's the Propaganda and Company. What do you make of their idea of... They've obviously picked up on this Imran Hossein suggestion that he made a while ago, which is about the Pax Judaica. I don't feel comfortable about calling it a Jewish empire at all. It seems to me it's a Zionist empire, and there's an extremely important difference between the two. So I would call it Pax Zionica. But whatever you call it, what do you think of what they're saying there?
Well, I wouldn't even call it Pax Zionica, because it's not a pax at all. Israel is a destructive force in the Middle East, just as South Africa was in Africa. They wrecked Angola.
But they're not a destructive force in Bristol, are they? For example, they're building student accommodation here.
Yes, and they also got David Miller sacked from the Bristol University.
Well, yes, but they're saying that if you want to try and move against us, then you're going to have problems. But if you don't, if you keep your mouth shut and carry on regardless, then you'll be fine. And that's the Pax that they offer, just like the British Pax Britannica and Pax Romana.
Yes, so okay, but in that case, Pax just means protection racket.
Yeah.
But in actual fact...
that's what they said.
Yes, but in actual fact, Israel isn't bringing peace to the Middle East, is it? It's actually brought war and destruction.
Well, it's saying the only way you're going to have peace is if you do as we say.
Yeah, but more likely, what will happen if they attack Iran, and they are preparing to do that, is the Iranians will use their hypersonic missiles, because they've got them, and they will wallop the Israeli defense forces.
If the Iranians give up, then they can have peace.
Yeah, but they're not. The Israelis aren't going to give up. They're not going to get
the Iranians. You mean?
The Iranians have been there. The Iranian Empire, if you want, because they used to have an empire. They've been there.
The Persians.
Yeah, they've been there for thousands of years. The Israelis turned up in 1948, and of course the French settlers in Algeria were there from 1830. not 1930, 1830. And guess what? At the end of the war against the FLN, they all had to go. And of course, in a world war situation, a small state like Israel, with its no aircraft carriers and its brilliant pilots are finished. It's hypersonic missiles. They haven't got any. The West simply hasn't got hypersonics. The Iranians are ahead of us. If the British went to war against the Iranians would win. They will sink all of our ships.
Well, that's
it.
if they can manage to control these riots going on around the country. What do you make of all that? And where's that?
Well, this is the prelude to the war. That's what it is.
So will the Iranians be able to control the riots and
I think
the armed rioters
they will.
like Syria? But in Syria there was a concerted attempt to stop it, but it failed ultimately.
Yes, but it turned into an armed uprising. Okay.
We haven't even mentioned Syria really, because there's been some horrible things been going on there.
That's right. There've been loads of Christians being killed, but strangely enough, Donald doesn't care about the Christians in Syria.
In fact, what they've done in Syria is set up this organisation, sort of two variations on Western mercenary groups that are now fighting each other.
Yeah, I mean, all that's happened is that the war in Syria has just morphed into a different form with different actors than it had previously, but the war goes on. There's no peace there. Israel hasn't brought peace to Syria or to Lebanon,
well, maybe that's why
or anywhere else.
You're not hearing so much about it on the headlines. Anyway, I'll put the full version of Propaganda and Company's look at Pax Judaica, I like to call Zionica. I think, you need to understand, if you're going to understand what's going on, that Zionism is a project that's been going on for a very long time and is designed to hijack Judaism, and it's very different to Judaism, traditional Judaism, and that many of the Jews that refused to get on the Zionist bandwagon in the 1930s were executed in concentration camps and labour camps, etc., by the Nazis. Anyway, it's a war on God, but God's going to win. Time to sign off. Thanks very much to Irish Republican Labour activist Martin Summers, also to Oliver Tickell. Full version of the interview with him will be up on our show page later at thisweek.org.uk. And sound engineer Dave Bazanko. You can download this show as an MP3 from 11 to listen in the car or anywhere you like, and follow Tony Gosling Censored, if you dare, on Telegram, where you can actually post and contribute as long as you don't mess about or chit-chat. There's a lot of people doing that. So please do share interviews and story tips on my Tony Gosling Censored Telegram group, on WhatsApp, and on my Facebook page. You can download this show and full-length interviews, subscribe to my weekly free newsletter. You can donate or even set up a small monthly sub. Thanks if you already do that, and that's at the show page, thisweek.org.uk. This show is repeated at 11 p.m. Fridays and at 11 and 5 a.m. and p.m. all week on the stream, except 5 p.m. Monday to Thursday, when we bring you the Richie Allen Show live. We're streaming live from Bristol on the talkradio.org.uk stream, at djplugradio.co.uk in Nuneaton, Warwickshire, holylandradio.com from 11am to 2:30pm Central Time in the US, at 87.7 FM in West Sweden, Wisconsin, and live on the Not the BCFM Politics Show app. If you can restream us live or rebroadcast us, just let me know and I'll credit you here. Have a relaxing and enjoyable weekend. Don't just love thy neighbour, love everyone, even the Satanists. And don't let the synagogue of satanic rabbis get you down.
I'm feeling rather sorry for a man I know. The world he holds in trembling hands is asking where to go. And as he stares out at me from the mirrored wall, I see that he is trying to cry, but the tears, they will not fall. His life is passing by behind his tired eyes, like the colors in the January sky. Useless it is to question things concerning the past. Seems so very obvious that nothing at all can last. And just as sure as tomorrow will soon be yesterday, the love you thought you occupied will surely drift away. But I need you to help me carry on. You need me, need you, need him, need everyone. And love is such a small word for something that is so vast. But in it lies the future, the present and the past. And speaking now of changes, I sometimes feel the fear that the reason for the meaning will even disappear. But I need you to help me carry on. You need me, need you, need him, need everyone. You need me, need you, need him, need everyone. You need me, need you, need him, need